Down here.
I didn't have time.
It is 9:01. I think it's time to call this meeting to order. The sooner we get started, the sooner we get through. Let's start this off this morning with a prayer, and I'll ask Frank Berthold, which is the preacher at the Chadbourne North Church of Christ, to come forward and lead us. Stand as you're able, please. Good morning, Frank.
Holy Father in heaven, we humble ourselves in your presence. Father, we give you praise and honor and glory. Father, for the blessings of this day, for each and every day that you bless us with. And we pray, Father, that we use all of the time that you give us in a wise way. Father, that we might be good stewards of each and every blessing that we have. Father, at this time I ask a very special prayer in behalf of this meeting and our city council members. Father, that you will bless them with the wisdom and the knowledge that they need in order to lead this city into the future. Father, we thank you for each and every one of them and their families as they struggle through the difficulties of making sometimes some very difficult decisions. And we pray, Father, that we as a community will unite behind them, and Father, that we will support them in all that they do. Father, we thank you for each and every one of those present here this morning. Thank you, Father, for their interest in the affairs of this community, and we pray, Father, that each and every one of us will be a part of the solution rather than the problem. Father, we thank you for this great country that we live in. We thank you, Father, for the freedoms that we enjoy, and we pray, Father, that you will be with those who are standing in harm's way in defense of that freedom. We pray, Father, that you will bring them safely home, be with their families while they are away, and bless them and help them, Father, as they continue to support them, and may we support those who are behind them. Father, we pray especially for each and every leader of this community, but we pray, Father, all the way up to our federal government, Father, that you will bless everyone who leads in a way that they might be able to do so in a way that pleases you. Father, at this time we ask a very special prayer in behalf of our country as we are in desperate need of rain. And we pray, Father, that we will unite as we pray to you and ask that you fill our lakes and our streams and our underground water supplies. But we pray, Father, that in all things that we will always look to you for the future, and Father, that we will have our faith in you. Father, we thank you for all of our young people. We thank you, Father, for the dedication that they have committed to become future leaders, and we pray, Father, that you will bless them as they grow up and as they prepare to take control of the things that take place in our local government and our country. Father, we thank you for all the many blessings that you give us in this life, and we pray, Father, that we will show our gratitude to you in all that we say and all that we do. And it's in the name of Jesus Christ, our King, that we humbly beg this prayer. Amen.
Amen. Amen. Thank you. And now, to lead the pledge for us, I have Miss Anna Marie Mata and Miss Sarah Mata. Anna Marie is a 6th grader, and Sarah is a 5th grader at Angelo Catholics. Please come forward, ladies, and help me with the pledge. Ready?
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Honor the Texas flag. I pledge allegiance to thee, Texas, one state, under God, one and indivisible.
Good job, ladies.
All right, we have a proclamation that covers about half of our crowd this morning. It's the I Chose ASU, and we've got students here from Grape Creek and TLC, and I see a Bobcat, and I see some Chiefs, and I see Wall. So we've got a good group of you here this morning. Let me read this proclamation, and we'll bring you up. Whereas Angelo State University and the community of San Angelo are partnering together in celebration of future students, current students, faculty, staff, and alumni who have chosen to participate in the auspices of higher education at Angelo State University. And whereas Angelo State University, with an enrollment of 6,536 undergraduate and graduate students, is an integral part of the city of San Angelo and a citadel of higher earning in West Texas, and it employs 350 faculty members 500 staff members, and 700 student workers who are a vital part of this community. And the university has graduated 40,221 students since its inception in 1965, and Angelo State University educational opportunities have grown to include 1 doctoral degree in physical therapy, 24 master's degrees, 40 undergraduate degree programs, and over 100 majors and concentrations. And Angelo State is celebrating in this year its 85th graduating class. And the month of April 2014 will be celebrated as I Choose Angelo State Month at Angelo State University by future students, current students, faculty, staff, and alumni through campus events, social media, and local media outlets. Now, therefore, I, Dwayne Morrison, the mayor of the city of San Angelo, on behalf of the city council, do hereby proclaim April 2014 as I Chose Angelo State Month. And Brian, you need to come up here too. And let's see, Sandra Adam, the Director of Admission.
Charlotte.
You were just checking us. It's Charlotte.
I got pretty close. It started with an S, didn't it? Charla Adams. And I think you have a speech to make? Okay. You have the floor.
Mayor Morrison and members of the City Council, thank you. We are honored and humbled to be here today. We are celebrating Angelo State University, and to do that, we want to acknowledge some of the people who have already chosen Angelo State University, along with some of our future students who will join us in the fall this year. Accepting the proclamation on behalf of Angelo State University is Dr. Brian May, president of the university. I also have in attendance, if you'll come to the front as I call your name, Dr. Javier Flores, vice president of enrollment management, Dr. Nancy Allen, interim provost and vice president for academic affairs, Mr. Jeff Sefcik, executive director of enrollment management, and Ms. Jamie Aiken, executive director of development and alumni relationships. So this group is accepting the proclamation on behalf of Angelo State University. In addition to that, we have some other individuals that we would like to kind of pass the torch to our new students, and I'd like for them to come up as well as I call their names. Kevin Pepper, Development Officer. Kelsey Samsel, Academic Advisor for the College of Business. Jessica Behringer, Admissions Counselor. Preston Wimberly, Student Body President. Alex Bryant, he's a current student and involved in so many activities on campus. His resume is too long to list today. Kim Adams, Director of Alumni Association. And these who have already chosen Angelo State, I would like to recognize and pass the torch by sharing this beautiful neon safety orange I Chose Angelo State t-shirt to our future students that we'd like to celebrate as well today. Joshua Stevenson from Central High School. If you'll just come up to the front and you'll greet. Alyssa Ramirez, Cornerstone High School. Kevin Odell, Grape Creek High School. Miranda Chavarria, Lakeview High School. Stephanie Swearinger, TLCA High School. And Amanda Reese, Wall High School. We are so excited to encourage these students and to welcome them into the fold, into the Angelo State family. In addition to these guys, if y'all would just bear with me for a moment, if you are an Angelo State alumni, I would love for you to stand if you're able. If not, you can raise your ram horns. Thank you so much for this opportunity.
We're going to take a picture now.
Oh, okay.
Where do you want us, Brian? Back here? There. Together. Closely together.
Watch the name tags.
It's all right. We get knocked around all the time.
Ready, 1, 2, 3.
Thank you. Appreciate it. I'd be in serious trouble if you took that. All right, let's move on to our next proclamation. This will be accepted by Sandra Villarreal, the City of San Angelo Health Service Director, and this is in regards to National Public Health Week. The week of April 7 through 13, 2014 is National Public Health Week, and it's the theme of public health, Start Here, and public health has played an important role in laying the foundation for good health and improved longevity by working to immunize people against disease, identifying and controlling environmental health hazards and infectious disease, preparing for large-scale emergencies, improving the health of mothers and children, and promoting health behaviors in areas such as nutrition. And the San Angelo Tom Green County Health Department and Family Support Services Department have educated the public, policymakers, and public health professionals about issues important to improving the public health. And foodborne contaminants cause an average of 5,000 deaths, 325,000 hospitalizations, 76 million illnesses, and cost billions of dollars annually. The 5 most common foodborne pathogens cost the U.S. economy more than $44 billion each year in medical cost and lost productivity. WIC, W-I-C, Nutrition Program provides nutrient-rich foods, client referrals, and health education proven to decrease the percentage of premature low birth weight infants. Healthcare costs during the first year of life for low birth weight premature infant averages $49,000, whereas a full-term infant with no complications average $4,551. WIC proudly celebrates its 40th anniversary in the United States this year. And whereas strong public health systems are critical for sustaining and improving community health, I, therefore, Dwayne Morrison, Mayor of the City of San Angelo, Texas, on behalf of the City Council, do hereby proclaim April 7 through 13, 2014 as National Public Health Week. Sandra, come up and make your introductions, please, ma'am. Good morning.
Thank you, Mayor, Council, and obviously this is not about me. So I've got a group of individuals that actually are the heart of public health here in our organization. Cal Hurley, who is one of our sanitarians, Dr. Stephen Seifert, who is our health authority and our guide, come on in, Bob Salas, Family and Neighborhood Support Services, who oversees WIC and code compliance, and Maria Aguilar, who is our nursing director, James Flores, our code compliance officer, manager, Kevin Little, one of our other sanitarians, Joe Colley, who is also one of our sanitarians, as Julie Verana, our animal services manager, and Gloria Hale, our WIC manager. Thank you so much for this recognition during this week. Again, this is just some of the folks that are continually, every single day, trying to keep this community safe from either foodborne illness or any kind of disease outbreaks through contact tracing, communicable disease, interventions, and so forth. We couldn't do it without them. We can't do it without you guys. We must share this proclamation with our community partners out there who help us also with our communicable disease programs, and so we have to share that with them as well. The face of public health, as we know it, has changed, yet our fundamental core reasons for being are to prevent the spread of disease, and that is what we are doing through our various things that we do today. And we would like to thank Dr. Seifert, who is our guide for our nursing division as our health authority. And I would also like to thank Rick Wise, who serves as our leader for all of us in our divisions under public health. And I'm going to also let Bob Salas say a few words.
Thank you. I'd like to echo the words of the proclamation and the comments that Sandra made. I want to thank the staff for the outstanding job and the great services they provide to the citizens and the community at large. And you know, they do a very tough job, but they do it very well. So thank you very much, and I really appreciate it.
Does anybody else want to say anything, Dr. Cypher, maybe?
You want to make a speech? This is your opportunity.
Well, thanks for the recognition. You know, I think a lot of people don't realize what the public health folks do a lot of times because they're not always out front. But, you know, I guess they're like your parents a little bit in the sense they're always there kind of standing behind when you need them. If there's a measles outbreak or a TB outbreak or STD stuff or an Ebola outbreak, then you get to see all these people. And thankfully we don't have all of those, but all of those are, you know, health problems that people face around the world. And so public health does play a big part. I mean, we probably all recognize that, you know, $1 spent in prevention is worth $100 or more, you know, trying to treat a lot of these illnesses. And so all the things that all these people do, whether it's foodborne illnesses or sexually transmitted diseases and tracking all those and making sure that they don't become large outbreaks, you know, keeping it, keeping folks in the community healthy so that they, you know, can work and do the jobs we need them to, all that stuff all the time. And so, again, everybody here does a great job. You know, it's all kind of a local effort, and it's nice to know that these are people that you see around the community, and they're not just sort of bureaucrats from Washington that come in and try to tell you how to do things. These are people that actually, you know, work day in and day out. Not always the most exciting jobs, but some of the most needed. So just a big thank you to all of them. Thank you all for recognizing me.
Need to take a picture then. What do you want, Brian, back here? Yes, sir. Let's move back here and take a picture. Good. Thank you all very much. We appreciate it. The next proclamation, and I'll need Steve Mild up here for this one. This is going to be National Safe Digging Month, April 2014. It says, whereas each year the nation's underground utility infrastructure is jeopardized by unintentional damage by those who fail to call 811 to have underground lines located prior to digging, undesired consequences such as service interruption, damage to the environment, and personal injury, and even death are the potential results. And the Common Ground Allowance and its 1,500 members promote the national Call Before You Dig number 811 in an effort to reduce these damages designated by the FCC in 205. 811 provides potential excavators and homeowners a simple number to reach their local one-call center to request utility line locations at the intended dig site. And through education of safe digging practices, excavators and homeowners can save time and money, keeping our nation safe by connecting and making a simple call to 811 in advance of any digging project, waiting the required amount of time, respecting the marked lines, by maintaining visual definition throughout the course of the excavation, and finally digging with care around the marks. And all parties agree that safe digging is a shared responsibility to know what is below. Call 811 before you dig. Now therefore I, Dwayne Morrison, Mayor of the City of San Angelo, on behalf of the City Council, do hereby declare or proclaim April 2014 as National Safe Digging Month. Brother Miles. Thank you, Mayor. Yes, sir. The microphone is yours, sir.
On behalf of the Damage Prevention Council, I want to thank you for this proclamation. I also have with me today Mr. Eric Bowers, who is with Premier Utility Services, who is also a member of the Damage Prevention Council. So he's here to accept this certificate with me. A lot of people think that calling 811 before you dig just applies to contractors. It does not. It applies to all of us. It can be a very shocking result if you take a T-post and drive it in the ground and you happen to hit an electric utility. or a gas line. We don't want that. So if you're going to do any digging, even in your own backyard, you need to call 811. Find out where those water lines are, where those utility lines are, and where those gas lines are. Dig safely. We need to be doing that all the way from our own backyards and front yards all the way up to major projects. So again, I thank you for this proclamation on behalf of the Damage Prevention Council.
Shelley, come up here as well, please. Shelley is with Atmos Gas, and she's also a very important part of this, so I wanted you up here as well, ma'am.
Thank you.
Yes.
You can hold the proclamation.
Hold it? Okay.
Yeah.
Good moment. Thank you all very much. Okay, this next one is going to be, it's the Mayor's Day of Recognition. I need Dolores Swertner, Wendy Medina. Dolores Swertner is the director of the West Texas RSVP program, retired senior citizens. I have Wendy Medina, which is the foster grandparent program, and Nolan Mears, who is the senior companion program. If y'all would come forward, and I'll read this. It says, whereas service to others is a hallmark of the American character and central to how we meet our challenges, and the nation's mayors are increasingly turning to national service and volunteerism as a cost-effective strategy to meet city needs. And San Angelo has all three National Service Senior Corps programs, West Texas RSVP, Foster Grandparents Program, and the Senior Companion Program. And these programs tap the rich experiences, skills, and talents of older adult volunteers to meet community challenges, having an impact on individuals, nonprofits, and faith-based and other community organizations. And RSVP volunteers provide a full range of service from summer meals to children, to home-delivered meals and medical transportation for the frail elderly. Foster grandparents volunteers serve as role models, mentors, and friends, tutoring and guiding children at a critical time in their lives. And senior companion volunteers help frail, elderly citizens remain in their home longer by providing much-needed support. And Senior Corps programs locally support projects in 6 priority areas: healthy futures, disaster services, economic opportunities, education, environmental stewardship, and veterans and military families. And the Corporation for National and Community Services share a priority with mayors nationwide to engage citizens, improve lives, and strengthen communities, and is joining with mayors across this country to support the Mayor's Day of Recognition for National Service on April 1, 2014. Therefore, I, Dwayne Morrison, Mayor of the City of San Angelo, on behalf of the City Council, do hereby proclaim the 1st of April 2014 as National Service Recognition Day. Dolores?
As the mayor mentioned, this is the 2nd annual Mayor's Recognition Day across the United States, and in Texas alone, over 1,000 mayors have signed on, including Mayor Morrison, and we're real pleased about that. But these programs, Senior Corps is very unique. One, that we have all 3 in San Angelo, because we're one of the smallest cities that has all 3 programs. But the fact that these programs benefit 3 populations, actually, they benefit the seniors because it keeps them engaged, and they have their talent to give back. It keeps them engaged in the community and keeps them active and healthy. It benefits the clients that these volunteers serve, and it helps the nonprofits meet their budget because they help the nonprofits across the community. So thank you, Mayor and City Council, for proclaiming this Mayor's Day across San Angelo and this Concho Valley. Thank you.
Thank you, Lois. Get a picture now. Anybody else on stage? No. Okay. Okay. Thank you all very much. All right, we now have a very special proclamation. Mary Ann, come forward, please, ma'am. This is the City of San Angelo Recreation Department, and we are recognizing the Lady Cats. This is San Angelo 8 and under girls for placing 2nd in the Texas Amateur Athletic Federation Regional Basketball Tournament held March 1 through 2, 2014 in San Angelo, Texas. And we got a whole bunch of basketball players up here. Mary Ann, take over, and we need to recognize these girls.
Okay, first let me say, not only did they win 2nd in regional, they won 3rd in state. So they traveled to Longview, Texas, played really hard, and played teams from all over the state, and captured 3rd place. So they represented San Angelo really well, and they may not look it, but they're a tough group of girls. Their coach, John Henry Bettis, I'll call him up here to introduce the girls or to have them introduce themselves. Recreation could not survive without the help of volunteer coaches like John Henry. All of our coaches participate and volunteer in not only basketball, flag football, softball, all across the board, and John Henry is one of those that really volunteers with everything that recreation does. He's a true supporter of us, and we really appreciate him. So, John Henry.
Thank y'all very much. My name is John Henry Pettis, and I've been coaching with the city for about the last 10 years. So it's a good privilege. This has been a great group of girls that I've coached this year, and we've been playing for the last 3 years, so to get to this point is very, very exciting. So I'll go ahead and introduce the team players, and we'll go from there. First, I have Juliana Pettis. Then I have Hadley Hallmark, Ella Burns. Then I have Jay Samaripa, Alyssa Rodriguez, Riley Clemens, Dalia Rodriguez, Romo, Carissa Castillo, and Alyssa Barone. Thank y'all very much.
Mr. Mayor, you really ought to carry with you your gold medal. You know.
I had a gold medal from the Water Valley group.
Okay, you want to
Make sure you can see everybody.
Any parent that wants to come forward. Mr. Mayor,
Everybody make sure
is
they
there
can
a
see me
parent
in
that
way
wants to
also.
come forward to take a picture?
Okay. All right. 1, 2, 3.
If there's any parents who want to come forward and take a picture while they're lined up here, this is your opportunity.
Proud parents.
One more. Thank y'all.
Thank you.
And I think it's just to add, I think that this parental involvement like this in these children's lives is probably the reason these kids are so very successful. So, is that all? No, one more. Skywarn recipient. Need you up here again, Steve. Rodney? Ann Flippin? Chris Nation? Dr. Steve Lyons? If y'all are here, please come forward. I think we're going to be recognized. Steve?
When I was selected for the position of Emergency Management Coordinator for San Angelo and Tom Green County, my primary goal was to make San Angelo and Tom Green County a disaster-resilient community. A critical part of that, especially this time of the year as we go into storm season, and I know it's kind of hard to believe we're going to have any storms, but the possibility is there. When we have those severe storms, there's something that needs to go into effect, and it's what I call the line of life. That's the communication that is so, so critical between those storm spotters that are out there in the field, the Weather Service, and then the public. The Weather Service is our number one avenue to get the information out to the public. The second, and just as critical, is the news media. Part of the training that we put on February the 20th was a Skywarn class. It initially began and has always been for ham radio operators who are those storm spotters. However, the information that is given in that class is very important to everybody. It's good information that even your own personal family needs to have, because it gives you a heads up on what is heading your way. We tried to pull together as many of our elected officials, our media representatives, as well as the spotters and representatives from the Weather Service, and we did so successfully. And so it is my pleasure today to be able to present the certificates of participation to some of the people who were there, some very critical people. First of all, Mayor Morrison.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you. Councilman Fleming. Thank you. Of course, we know who Mayor Morrison and Councilman Fleming are, but Chris Nation is the weatherman for KIDY Fox. So if we don't get the weather we want, he's one of them we can blame. So between him and our folks out of KLST, they're the ones we can blame. But I do want to thank all of them for being here today. I do want you to understand that these people are very, very critical in keeping each and every one of us safe out there as these storms approach. And I can't tell you, and I can't tell them how much I appreciate their involvement. Thank you.
I feel like it's time for a break now. Let's move on to the next part of our meeting this morning, which is public comment. The council will take public comment on all items in the regular agenda. Public input on a regular agenda item will be taken at its appropriate discussion. Public input on an item not on the agenda or consent agenda may be identified and requested for consideration by the council at this time. The council may request an item to be placed on a future agenda or for a consent agenda item to be moved to the regular agenda for public comment. On public hearing items, public input will be received on each item immediately following the council discussion and prior to any action on the item. Each member of the public should make the remarks from the podium by stating their name. Remarks by each citizen will be limited to 3 to 5 minutes unless waived by a council member for all speaking on that matter. No individual will be allowed to speak more than once on any one subject until every citizen wishing to comment has done so. And I'm going to open it up to the public first. If there is anyone in our audience this morning that wishes to address the council, pro or con, this is your time. So line up at the podium, state your names, and you've got 3 or 5 to make your comment.
I just wanted to mention that I noticed on the news report this morning, it was mentioned that the dog park will be discussed at the city council meeting today. It is not on the agenda. The dog park is not on the agenda for today. There is a public meeting this evening in this room at 5:30, and the public is invited. We'll talk about the process to get the dog park, and we'll talk about fundraising. That's all.
Thank you, Carl. Anyone else care to approach? Hello, Paul.
Hello.
You know the drill.
Paul Alexander, what do you call it, the immediate past councilman for SMD1. I'm here today because this is the only time I can really talk to all of you at the same time. Otherwise, we get into quorums and it's illegal. So we can't do that. So I have to come here to talk to you all at the same time. I want to say that Dwayne, you and the city manager wrote a very good letter to the Water Advisory Board members asking us to put our brains together. We're in a crisis. We need to meet. We need to be thinking. That's in a nutshell what this says. It's very well written. It was February 28th, and today is April 1st? 2nd, April Fool's. First, April Fool's. Okay, so I'm just getting it all confused. But it is April 1st, and it's been that's a long time when we're in a water crisis to be lackadaisical, is that the word I want to use? just saying here to all of you that your board members are not meeting. They haven't met since I've been on that board, October. In fact, when I was a city councilman, it took me 2 years to realize there was a water advisory board. Kendall Hirschfield, Mayor New, and I met every week for a while there. We met constantly learning about water, and then I realized there's a board that's supposed to know this and be sending us information. It never happened. So one of the things I said to myself is when I'm off this council, I'm going to go to that board and get it going, especially if we're in a water crisis, which we are. I don't think they want to meet. I'm not sure what's going on, but your guys are not meeting and talking. What could we talk about? Maybe they don't know what we could talk about. I'll give you a couple examples. I believe that we should have a CIP for water. So the water CIP would be a list of projects that are possible. Here is the cost. Here's how much water we save. And we believe that this is the proper way to attack this list. Okay, so you know from experts in water what's going on and which project is next. Which one should you be looking at? Which one should we be talking about? Another idea. Here's one. I have season tickets to Texas A&M. They charge a lot of money. They charge a lot of money because they're building a new $500 million stadium, and they can't afford to do it unless they get our money. So they charge us. What if we created projects? For example, it cost $4 million to put a pipe under the dam at the South Pull of Twin Buttes to run that water straight into Nasworthy. That water would be in Nasworthy right now. Nasworthy wouldn't be down. It would be pretty level, and a little rain and a little bit of runoff into the South Pull, and we can get that water straight into Nasworthy. We could have our boat races, but that's not where we are. We're watching our lake go down. We got to pump it over, and we're going to spend $400,000 doing that, trying to get that water over. That's kind of expensive. It's difficult. It will always be difficult until we solve this problem. So for $4 million, we can do this. How about we sell something like a water right or water exemption rights to whereby you buy the exemption for, I'm just going to say $100 per 1,000 gallons per month, and you get an exemption on your bill because you've already bought the right. But when it comes drought time and drought level 3 hits, you still get it. You still can water your trees, 1,000 gallons, or maybe I bought 5,000 gallons of an exemption because I really need the water. But here's the deal. If that pipe is under the dam, they're saving us enormous amounts of water per year. And they're going to delay us going into drought level 3. They deserve to have that water at a critical time like that. And then what they can do with that water right is sell it on the open market. When we have plenty of water, they can sell it for cheap. When the water goes down, they sell it for more. That is their deal, but we can fund our project. And if we can fund our project, we can save water. It may be a terrible idea, but if we don't meet, we don't talk about it, and we don't implement these ideas. And that's where we are right now, and I'm frustrated about it because we are in a water crisis. I have a mound of ideas in my head because I studied this for 4 years. Let's meet. So if your members don't want to meet, find new members. Get me Steve Lyons, and he has a water hydrologist on his staff at the National Weather Service. Let's get some people in there, we'll talk. That's it. You have a question?
I'd like to have a list of who has gone to the last meetings. I want to see who's not going to the meetings.
Most of them will attend. They don't call the meetings. The last meeting they had was about the Hickory Aquifer, expanding the oil wells, the water wells, so we have enough capacity to serve our city when we run out of water. We only had 71% of the needed water. So I kept jumping up and down and saying, hey, Mayor New, this is Mayor New, you've got to look at this. And 6 months later, he finally said, you're right. I convinced him, and he went to the water board and said, hey, are we right on this? They met, said, yep. They sent it to the city council. We approved it. The paper says water board suggests blah, blah, blah. But, this is what's going on behind the scenes. Those guys didn't come up with that idea. We did. The council did. They've got to do a better job. They've got to meet. We're in a crisis. We shouldn't be here. We should be planning ahead at all times, especially right now. God puts us into these situations so he strengthens us.
Yeah.
To me, it's not about praying for water, it's praying for strength to get through these things, and then we move forward as a city and we fortify our future, because we won't always be in a drought. And he's moving us, and we're not really responding very well here. And we deserve almost to be in a drought until we respond and get ourselves situated. And we're not.
Thank you,
Any
Paul.
other questions? Thank y'all very much.
On that same subject, we're about to go into change our watering restrictions where we're going to go to watering twice every 2 weeks. I think that's the dumbest thing we could ever do. Right now, we're allowing once every 2 weeks, and we should leave it at once every 2 weeks. We are in a crisis, and people are out there are not realizing that we're in a crisis. You've got to make it a little bit hard on people so they realize we don't have the water. And I myself, I'm only going to be watering. I water like once every 30 days now. I'm about to scrape my whole front yard and just rock it all out and not deal with the grass anymore. But we need to, as a council, I think we need to change that where not allow watering twice every 2 weeks. Here, I think that's in the next month.
We need to discuss that.
We need to
Yes,
we
that
need to
needs
change
to be
that back
changed.
and stay at
I
the
agree.
water level that we're at right now. Don't give people the hope that there is something, and especially with the
not.
amount of rain we've gotten this year.
I really think that the Water Development Board needs to meet. Daniel, would you agree with me, sir?
I agree wholly, absolutely.
So, Daniel, you and I will take this upon ourselves to get the Water Development Board to meet as soon as possible. Is that fairly stated?
Will do, Mayor.
Okay. All right, anyone else? Yes, sir. State your name. You've got 3 to 5, please, sir.
I'm Howard Schwartz. I'm representing Sun Lake Estates and Stardust Mobile Home Park. The agenda doesn't seem to address the issue, so I'm not sure whether this is the appropriate time or after the discussion.
I think we probably need to wait until we get to the agenda items on RV Park, sir, because this public comment is for things that are not on the agenda.
Okay.
So if I could, sir, please.
I
have you
appreciate
hold
that.
it till the appropriate time, and then you will be allowed to speak, Mr. Schwartz.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Anyone else?
Good morning, Marshall Gray, my son Mark. I don't believe this is about the ordinance. I'm seeking permission to obtain a permit, and if I may. This is my IT guy. We made an application last week, my contractor did. I need to run power. If you look on this map, you'll see an existing 400 amp load center. Now that provides power to numerous sites. What I'm trying to get a permit for is if you'll see the new 50 amp service, so I can install these park model RVs that are already at my campground. The first one that he had is ADA compliant. On the second and third page, you'll see a brief description of them and a floor plan. So, and this is the other unit. It's not ADA, but the next picture will be the panel that I need to install. You bury it in the ground. It has everything will be, if I can get a permit, permitted, inspected, the city code, the way I've been doing it for 19 years. This is a 50-30-20. This is the load center that's already existing. It supplies power to the sites in the background and to some that are on this side of it. And these are the two. This is one site. 1st of February I got, and that's the second site, I got a permit to put in the sewer system, and 9 days later I couldn't get the permit to put in the electrical. So that's what I'm here for.
Rodney?
Okay, one thing, the reason why the city staff told him he couldn't get the permit is because of the moratorium. I asked for the moratorium on this thing, and I never said the moratorium was going to affect any existing parks throughout this whole city. The moratorium was put in place to stop any future development of new RV or trailer parks. And so I'm saying right now, they're describing or they're interpreting the moratorium wrong. We should allow him to go through with this. That's the reason why they gave you that you couldn't do this, right, Marshall? Yes. And so I think today we should be able to solve this or as fast as possible because this is costing him money when the trailers are sitting there and he's not being able to rent them out.
They said it would be June before I could get a permit.
No. Let me just interrupt, please. I appreciate the comments, but we're right on the edge.
Yeah.
We're right on the edge. We'll take a public comment, but we can't just,
We can't discuss this, Marshall.
That's
this
correct.
is just public comment.
That's
Yes.
correct.
Okay. Thank
We
you.
can't discuss it on public comment. We can.
See, I didn't know. That's
No,
why
and I was
When
trying
do
to let things work.
When do I discuss it?
Well, we can discuss it. We can discuss it with our permit department. You've made it known, your problem. The reasons have been made. You have brought
You're defining this wrong. You're defining this wrong. The moratorium, I asked for the moratorium. I'm the one that asked for it.
Let's let city staff take care of this. You've defined the problem. City staff knows that there is a problem, and I believe that you've got a right to go ahead and finish what you permitted before the moratorium. But this is not the proper time, Mark.
See me during the break, okay?
Thank you, sir.
Do I have anyone else that cares to speak? All right, if there is no further public comment, then I'm going to go to the council. Is there anyone from the council that has any comments to make or any proclamations or statements or anything to say?
Mayor, I do have something.
Johnny.
For the sake of transparency, I did have a constituent of mine contact me last week and was concerned about, he's very much appreciative of what we've done along the river, the revitalization, the bank stabilization, and the walking trails and all. But with upgrades like that come more foot traffic, and with more human beings out there come animals and dogs, so to speak, and with dogs comes so there's more dog poop out there. And I shared this with Carl, Rick. I shared it with Carl and said that maybe we need some more poop scooping stations, for lack of a better word. And so I think that problem is starting to increase, and I wanted to let the public know. And really the idea was to maybe educate the public on, hey, this is a problem that's going to grow. So another comment made during that conversation was these, and like I said, I shared it with Carl, was these trash cans, these half-barrel trash cans that we cut in half, that they really look kind of tacky, and we need to, supply something nice out there to go along with all the aesthetics that's being done out there. So I just wanted to share that so he would know that I brought it to the forefront, and wanted to let everyone know.
Let it be known, your city council is on Poop Scoop Patrol here, so we've got this covered.
What day are you taking, Dwayne?
We had a letter this week, and it was published in the Standard Times from Val Verde Water Company. And I think that as a city, we need to make our position clear, because this letter put us in a bad light. There are reasons that we have not chosen to go with Val Verde Water Company. And for diplomacy, I'm going to ask Mr. Valenzuela to explain this instead of me, because.
Thank you, Mayor. Of course, we are exploring our long-term water options. And the Val Verde Water Company, of course, we do have the West Texas Water Partnership, which includes the cities of Abilene, Midland, and San Angelo. We have vetted out different projects, and we are moving forward with exploring exactly what we need to do to address our long-term water supply. The Val Verde Water Company was one of those options that is no longer being considered. We actually have two other options at this point that we feel are much more viable and much more beneficial for the city. So again, those of you who read that in the newspaper, I don't want you to feel that the city is not doing anything as far as a long-term water supply for the city. We are moving forward. Again, that is just one of the options that at this point is not being explored. But we are exploring two others we feel are very viable.
Well said. Anyone else care? Charlotte?
For my constituents and those of you who called me Saturday and Sunday with reference to the newspaper article, I was not aware of the letter that the mayor received or the city manager received, had no input about the letter, and was not involved in any decisions that apparently have been made. So I just want to make that clear to my constituents that I was not aware of the letter.
Do we have further comment, council? Anything else need to be said before we move on to the consent agenda? If not, then we will go to the next part of our meeting, which is the consent agenda. There are 7 items on the consent agenda. Is there anyone, either in the public or on council, that wishes to have a consent agenda item moved to the regular agenda?
No.
Council all right with it as it stands? Public all right with it as it stands? Then I'll ask for a motion.
Move to approve the consent agenda as is.
Second.
I do have a motion. I do have a second. We've already called for public comment. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, nay. Put a 7-0 on that one. We're now to the regular.
6-0, man.
6-0.
I'm sorry. Marty's not here. Marty's in Houston today and was unable to be here, so put a 6-0 on it. Regular agenda, public hearing and comment. First public hearing and consideration of introducing an ordinance, amending Chapter 12, Exhibit A, zoning ordinance of the Code of Ordinances, City of San Angelo. Z 1406 M.K. Allen Enterprises, Incorporated, an ordinance amending Chapter 12, Exhibit A of the Code of Ordinances, City of San Angelo, which said Exhibit A of Chapter 12 adopts with zoning regulations, use districts, and a zoning map in accordance with a comprehensive plan by changing the zoning and classification of the following property, to wit, an unaddressed 1.99 acre tract located approximately 250 feet southeast 250 feet southeast from the intersection of Foster Road and the West Loop 306 frontage road. This property specifically occupies 1.99 acres out of a 37.016 acre tract located in the V. Muller Survey, Abstract 1648, Survey 0176, and the Hornberg Survey 175, Abstract 350 in southern San Angelo, changing the zoning classification from Ranch and Estates, R&E, to General Commercial, CG, District, providing for severability and providing a penalty. Service Director, Development Services Director, Patrick Howard. But before we start, it is 9:52. Do y'all want to take a few minutes break before we get into this? This could take a while.
Let's go.
Let's take a break. 9:52, we're going to take about a 10 or 15 minute break, and then you're on, Patrick. It's already been read.
Not a problem.
It's 10:13. Is everybody ready to start up? Everybody, left wing, right wing, y'all ready to go? Okay, this meeting is back on. Patrick Howard, it is your time, sir.
Good morning, Mayor and members of City Council. Item number 8 is a zoning request located in southeast San Angelo. The applicant, M.K. Allen Enterprises, is requesting to rezone his property from Ranch and Estates to General Commercial. This request is consistent with the vision plan map, and both staff and Planning Commission do recommend approval of such request. I do have additional slides, but at this time I'll provide opportunity for both public and City Council comments.
Can we go ahead and go through the slides and kind of show the because some of the, especially the public, is not going to understand how this lot is, where it's at.
Can do that.
Thank you.
Okay.
And I'm sorry, I was in my happy place when you asked that. I didn't hear you.
Perfectly fine. Okay, the subject property, like I said, is located in southeast San Angelo. This map probably is not the greatest, but it's located within the south. So the subject property, if you could see, the area in the north is the current zoning, current land use. There is that natural gas line that you see that sort of bifurcates the two subject properties. And then the area just immediately south of the natural gas line is vacant and not developed. So this is just an aerial that shows the same area. This shows the actual zoning. There's general commercial to the north of the subject property. The subject property in the center of the map is as hashed mark and is currently zoned ranch and estates. And again, the applicant is requesting to rezone that portion to neighborhood commercial. We believe that, again, the vision map recommends such for that subject property. It would be consistent with the adjoining property, and we believe that the power line that you see, natural gas line, will provide a nice buffer and transition between the neighborhood or general commercial and the existing residential just to the south of the subject property.
So just for clarification, that the hash mark is the only area we're talking about.
That's correct. That's the subject property.
Okay. Charlotte, do you have a question?
Yes, I do.
Sure.
I've received numerous calls from the residents and stuff out there, so I have been out and driven it and,
Yes.
and looked at it. And if you'll go back to your map, general commercial and then what comes up against it, the neighborhood, being ranch and estates now, currently. If you look at the bottom of the screen, which is that vacant area, is toward the residents' homes and stuff that are on that first street, which is River Valley Lane.
Correct.
If you change that to general commercial, aren't you taking away a portion of the buffer that Ranch and Estates protects those homes, those investments where they have invested and they have some animals, et cetera, and so forth? Aren't you removing a portion of that buffer that it may be vacant now, but that whole area was vacant back there 30 years ago, and it's developing out. So I just want to hear you address that.
Sure. I wasn't here at the time of the vision plan map exercise. I know there was a lot of community input given as it relates to what the recommendations going forward were for the land. I think that the belief is that the natural gas line did provide an adequate transition between both the residential and commercial, and quite frankly, the general commercial is the least intensive commercial use. So it does provide for neighborhood type serving commercial uses. So we're not talking about heavy industrial or those that would cause a lot of traffic that would be obtrusive to the neighborhood. So again, given the recommendations of the plan, of the map and the plan, staff was concurred with that and also did planning commission. But again, there is a natural gas line that will not be developed and could likely provide that needed transition between the residential and the commercial.
Well, the natural gas line is buried. I mean, it's something, you
Correct.
know that it's there, but visually, it's not like something that blocks the view of the folks, you know, that are there on River Valley Lane. You know, you've got the transmission line, but the gas line is buried. So, to me, I don't accept it.
That's a good point. And my point was, I guess, as it relates to development, development won't be encroaching and immediately abutting the residential. But you're correct. There is no visual barrier per se that separates the potential of the commercial if in fact it were to be rezoned from the residential.
Patrick, how wide is that easement through there, the portion that's cleared for the natural gas line?
That's a good question. I think it's about 20 feet. It's about 20 feet? Yeah, it's about 25. Is it 50 feet? Okay, 50 feet.
So the entire easement's 50 feet?
Yes.
Okay.
Rodney, go ahead, sir.
When we do zoning changes like this, when they did the stripes over there in front of Bentwood, we made them put up a big fence between the residential that was right behind the parking lot there and the property. We made the new business put that up. Is that in the zoning? Can we make them do a high 8-foot fence there going all the way across that property?
It can be subject to conditions if in fact you elect to do such.
That's what I was told. Yeah.
May I ask how many acres is in this CG right now? And how many acres is in this grid, this part that we're trying to make, or they're trying to make CG? Looks to me like it's, about 10% of the area. And if 90% of it is already CG and we're just trying to just do 15 or 20% right on the edge.
Correct.
So I just wondered if there was, how many acres are we talking about changing?
1.9.
1.9?
Correct.
So we're changing 1.9 out of a CG total acreage of?
That's correct.
Well, CG runs all the way down the road there, so I mean, it goes way further than what they're showing.
But in this one lot
talking
there.
about that area right there.
It would probably be 15 acres?
Oh, no.
Not that big, 10?
5, 10?
10? So we've got a 10-acre spot that's already CG, and all we're trying to do is just take that western corner, which is 1.9, and make it CG?
That's correct.
And also, there is no one living in that vacant land to the west. There's no one there. So whatever is put on the CG, anyone that buys property will know what they're buying when they buy. I mean, if there were already a house there or a housing development, it might be a little different, but it's vacant land. So,
It is vacant, yes.
So if anyone decides they want to build a house or develop that area, whatever is there in that commercial area is going to be there, so they know what they're getting when they get it. So, okay, that's my question.
Well, that's the same would apply to these folks that have built. They knew that this was zoned ranch and estates when they invested and built their homes along here. That the same would apply.
But there's a big buffer between the two.
Yeah. And also, we had the same thing with Bryant Thoroughfare. I mean, you've got an area that used to all be residential, but since Bryant is put through there hasn't been any residential development in the Bryant Thoroughfare for the last 50 years because it's all commercial by virtue of the road. And that's the same thing I see here with 306. This is a major area. A lot of it's already gone commercial. This is commercial, except for that one little 1.9 acre. And the residential's back behind it. So, I don't know. Anybody have a comment from council?
Mayor, let me add that.
Yes, sir.
And I shared this with Rodney earlier, but this isn't my area. I don't represent SMD1. I guess it is out here. But the footprint of this area, and I hear a Stripes store. Is that what's proposed out there? Do you know, Patrick?
The applicant hadn't fully confirmed what the development might be, but obviously there are restrictions for general commercial, so you're not talking about a very intensive kind of use.
And I wanted to share some of the. I've had about 2-3 phone calls from folks that live in Butler Farms, and if there was a Stripes, they're fine with it. The conversations I had, I said they're fine with the Stripes. The only concern is if you added the area and allowed heavy traffic in there, like 18-wheelers, is what was brought to my attention. That's the concern. I think the neighborhood is they're gung-ho for, they'd welcome a Stripes there or some type of convenience store there, but it's just, what are we going to allow? Are we going to allow the big heavy trucks in there? Are they going to be able to spend the night? Are they park and you see what I'm saying? That's the only concern that the 3 folks that I talked to that reached out to me wanted me to share and express to this council or to this to you. So I just wanted to throw that in.
Correct. And again, if it's the inclination of the council, they can certainly provide the requirement for conditions to be placed on the requisite zoning request. So that's certainly an option if in fact that's a concern.
Well, I'd rather hear from the proponent to see what exactly he or she want to do with it and make up my mind after that.
Do we have any further council comment on this before we open it up to the public? Okay, let's open it up to public comment. Let's start with the proponent, and then we'll go to the opponents. I'm sure there will be members on both sides of that coin. So, proponent first. State your name. You've got 3 to 5, and you've already got one question asked of you.
All right. Good morning, everybody. My name is Mike Walters. I am the operations manager for MK Allen Enterprises, Inc. The 1.99 acres that's in question right here on the north side of that pipeline is a wedge of property that cannot be used for R&E like it was originally zoned. And I understand when that was taken into the city that the type of zoning that was done there was a progressional type zoning, which is pretty standard. But that little piece of 1.99 acres fell to the north. And that 1.99 acres is a part of a total of 18, a little over 18 acres on that frontage along Loop 306. Now, the only reason that we're even worried or concerned about it is when Loop 306 was built, that corner frontage road cut off a large part of our property, was taken in by the state. So we don't have quite as much frontage. We would like to have it rezoned to square up the property. It's just a natural progression to square up the property along that gas line. Now, Ms. Farmer was alluding to the fact that the people on River Valley Lane were concerned about their barrier. Well, if you go south of that pipeline, there's 15 acres that's R&E in that block. And then you go to the next big transition line, power line. That power line's 200 foot wide. On the south side of that power line, the people from River Valley Lane came to us and wanted to purchase everything on the south side of that power line that we owned. We sold them every acre of it up behind their houses. They've kept that as a natural area in trees. So I don't see any problem with the fact that if we want to develop down to that pipeline as commercial, that these people are going to be bothered. They haven't come to me and said anything about the 1.99 acres. They got what they asked for. I was a good neighbor and sold it to them. We agreed upon a price and we closed on it. So I'm just trying to square up that area, make it a natural progression so we can put something in there that will benefit the area, not hurt the area. Questions?
Questions?
Well, again, what is the idea what are you?
It's a convenience store, Mr. Silvas. And I don't know that at this point you hear Stripes, so you know you can hear what you want to hear. But they're not after enough acreage in there to put in a truck plaza. They only right now are asking for 1.75 acres, if my memory serves me correct in the letter of intent. The reason that this particular area right here we're interested in, number one, I'll never can develop it as R&E. I don't think that'll ever happen. And number two, if we are not able to get sewer across there to those people, Stripes said that they're gonna have to have a little bit of extra area for septic, and which is common in Butler Farms or anything R&E out there, because there's no septic and no sewer in that area. So we're just trying to make sure that they've got enough room to do what they want to do. And I don't think, I mean, if they were going after a truck plaza or something like that, that they'd be after 5 or 6 acres. It takes a lot of room to park trucks. And they've never told me that. They just told me that a convenience store, and we are working together on to see what we can do about bringing sewer across the front of that property. And if not, then we're going to have to allow enough room for some septic back in there. And that's why we're trying to rezone this. And we have taken into consideration the people on River Valley Lane. I know several of those people. They've become friends of mine. They've bought the property behind me. Those are my neighbors. My property is over about 1,200 foot from the entrance of actually Butler Farms. So the people on River Valley are my neighbors. I know the lady who owns the horse farm. I know the people down on the other end. So, I mean, that's kind of where I'm at. I want to be a good neighbor. I just want to be able to do business and conduct business in a manner that needs the way it should be conducted. And all I'm asking for here is a small variance on a large piece to square up a piece of property.
Well, let me add that if somehow we can state on whatever we decide to do today, and I think from the 3 conversations I had, they would be more, like I said, they welcome the idea. Those folks want something like that so they don't have to travel all the way to wherever they travel now. But if somehow we could stipulate on there that no truck plaza comes along with this idea, then I'm okay with it. But that's the only concern that I have. And like I said, it's not even my area, but it sounds, you're giving me this body language like maybe that's not the case.
I can't speak for the person buying this property. For me to sit here and say, yeah, I'm going to say, yeah, go ahead and do that, I don't think that's fair to the purchaser. I'm telling you what I know at this particular point, that they're not buying enough area for a truck plaza.
Okay.
In that letter of intent. But I can't speak for, you know, a potential client. I can't put that anchor around them.
Fair enough.
Charlotte?
Mr. Silvas, I hear what you're saying, and that's the same concerns that I'm hearing. You know, if you go just kind of right around the corner on the Bryant and Ben Ficklin Road, where there is a Stripes right there in that little between Ben Ficklin and the Bryant and that RV sales place, there is a Stripes, and the trucks that are there, that truck stop area is smaller than this piece of land, the whole area, not just the part they're trying. So being on Loop 306 and coming from southwest all the way to where it merges with 87, there is no other place for trucks to pull off, service, and wait. They have to go all the way around and get to the one on Ben Ficklin. So it is the ideal place for a truck area, and I see it happening very easy if it's all changed to the zoning.
Further comments?
I guess that when I look at this, I agree with Charlotte on this thing. I think that they probably are going to put some truck parking in there because I think it is a natural place for it. I don't see it as being that big of an area and not much bigger than the one that's over there on the other side. That he does, this partnership that has this property does have the property that's south of this, and it is zoned R&E, and it's 15 acres, is it?
15.5, it's 0.15.
And your plan for that area is probably to
It's going to be housing.
It's going to be houses. So you're going to put in houses, probably a street with 2 houses on each side of the street, kind of the way I see how it would probably fall out. So that's going to be even more of a buffer between, how much did you sell to the property owners that are further down?
It was, by the time we did the final closing a couple of weeks ago on the final one piece, it's a little over 13 acres.
So 13 acres and a 15 acre, you got, 28 acre buffer zone between that and the commercial property. Am I understanding it right?
That's correct.
Yeah. And then Patrick just said that he thought that we could ask for a commercial fence to be put up between. I think that's pretty standard for them when they're up abutting a neighborhood of some sort.
They did it at Bentwood.
Yeah, they did it right up against the patio homes there in Bentwood. So then you wouldn't get the visual, I think, that you were talking about, Charlotte. And I don't think you could get the visual anyways because you've got 28 acres between you to begin with. So you got such a big buffer.
Well, and you have two easements there also.
Yeah,
You have a
you-
50-foot and a 200-foot.
Yeah, you got,
That nobody
that's not
can-
even in the acreage
right.
there.
That's,
so,
yeah, that's not even included in the acreage.
So I just want to make sure that I'm understanding everything very clear, and also to make sure that all the audience is also understanding everything very clear.
The way I see this, if this is an 18-acre lot that's CG, and then 1.9 of that 18 acres is R&E, if I'm seeing this correctly, there's 16 acres right there that are CG, and if they wanted to put a truck stop in, all they have to do is just move past that 1.9, and they've still got 16 acres. So it's not going to stop a truck stop by us refusing to change 1.9 acres out of an 18-acre lot, because if they want a truck stop, you can sell them out of that other 16 acres, and they can put a truck stop in, and it's already legal.
Well, actually, there's
Is that correct?
There's over 18 acres that's already commercial, so you add the 1.99, it becomes 20-something point acres.
So if
And,
they
you know,
want
and
a
I'm
truck
taking-
stop, you can do it.
Yes, and I'm telling you know, the taxes are going to be more on that than they are R&E. I mean, when that property is divided up, I'm taking the hit here if they don't come in. But I'm just asking to put that property so as a business we can market the property. And we will be fair. We've been fair to everybody back there, no matter how many phone calls y'all have got, no matter what they're about. If you go back there and talk to anybody that's come and talked to us, like the people on River Valley Lane that bought the property, we have been fair. And we will continue to be fair because I plan to build over there on the river.
All right, let's hear from the opponents now. I'm sure there are some. If you would, come forward, state your name. You also have 3 to 5.
Good morning. My name is Betsy Garrett. I am a property owner in Butler Farms. More importantly, I'm a mother of a 1-year-old daughter and a 2-year-old son. And I am against the rezoning of this section of land. I want to also clarify before I proceed that in the Planning Commission meeting where this was brought up, there was a little bit more background given that this particular tract of 1.99 acres was necessary for a sale to go through. That being rezoned to CG was necessary for a sale of this portion of the overall 18 acres to go through for this convenience store that is proposed to be developed there. They needed that additional acreage to build whatever they are proposing to build. And I understand Mr. Walters does not know, and it is not he does not need to know exactly what they're building, and they have every right to build whatever they would like. But I would like to reiterate Ms. Farmer's point that there are many Stripes and other convenience stores around the city that are on lots much smaller than what we would be giving them with the additional 1.99 acres if it was rezoned. There's more than enough acreage there to build a convenience store, and I myself would love to have a convenience store there and would be a customer of it. So I'm not opposed to the development of a convenience store or anything else along that tract. What I am opposed to is allowing them this land, and yes, you're exactly right, that they could proceed along the existing CG to build a larger convenience store, but they need this additional acreage for their plans. And I would like to shut the door, if we can, on allowing a larger lot, which would promote an 18-wheeler friendly facility there. We are moving into our house in Butler Farms next week. It's been a 2-year process to get to this point, and we intend to stay there for 20 to 30 years with our kids. These will be the roads that they learn to drive on. I anticipate that one day my kids will be asking me to ride their bikes down to the convenience store to get some candy and some sodas or slushies or whatever is there, and I would be devastated if they don't get that opportunity because of the traffic that is coming in and out of that intersection. I also have personally seen at the Stripes that Ms. Farmer referenced over on Ben Ficklin, the 18-wheelers that stay there overnight. It's a very sad reality, but it is a reality that there are things that go on after dark in that parking lot that are devastating to be aware of. My husband and I have personally seen young girls getting out of the cabs of trucks. We have tried to stop some of them before and help them. And I do not want that at the entrance to the neighborhood where I'm raising my family. I will do everything that I can to stop this, and I encourage you all to remember that these are families. These are long-term families in this neighborhood. And I would also love to state that I personally would want to reach out to Mr. Walters and work on options and opportunities for businesses that would benefit the neighborhood there, that would be a great sale of his property, benefit him financially and the company that he represents, as well as benefit the neighborhood behind there. To my knowledge, that has not been done. There's not an amicable relationship with the remainder of the properties behind River Valley, to my knowledge. And I could be wrong about that. But personally, I hope that you will not vote to rezone this. And if anyone has questions, I would welcome those.
Thank you, Betsy.
Is this the only entrance in and out to where you live? I mean, that you
Yes,
drive
it is.
down? Okay.
Yes, it is. And I also, for the record, I've been renting a house on the other side of that intersection for the last 2 years. There's another hundreds of families that live right there that would also be using this with young children as well, that would probably want to have the same concerns that I have.
Unfortunately, these Stripes and these other stores are in every neighborhood in our entire
They are.
city. So there's 100,000 people in this city that could stand up and say the exact same thing you're saying with the same passion. There's one a mile from me, and
Yeah.
it's the exact same thing, and they're all over our city. So I appreciate what you're saying, but you are not alone here.
Oh, I understand. And again, we would welcome a convenience store. My family would. I'll only speak for my family in the neighborhood. We would welcome a convenience store there and be very, very regular customers. But my concern is the larger trucks that would be using that. And just for the record, I know that there is a statement that was put in the packet for today about traffic going down, that it likely would not proceed past this gas line natural boundary if this was developed, and that is inaccurate. Anyone that lives in that neighborhood, and I'll just speak for myself, I'm at our property every day, multiple times a day for short windows of time, and even in those short windows of time, I saw a oil field truck, 18-wheeler, on Butler Drive, coming down Darlene, turning on Butler Drive. It is not uncommon for them to continue right past that intersection and proceed into a neighborhood, get stuck. There are neighbors who have been up in the middle of the night trying to help these large trucks in and out of there. So my goal would be to deter any development that would encourage 18-wheelers in that area.
Thank you, ma'am. Anybody else care to speak to this? Any other opponents to this? If not, does anyone want to move either way on this? We can come to a conclusion.
Is this a first public hearing, or?
Yes.
Yes, it is.
It's first.
I can move to deny.
We have a motion to deny. Do I have a second?
I'll second that one.
Have a motion to deny. We have a second that we deny. If this is a 3-3 vote, then we'll have to bring it back at the next meeting when we have a seventh member.
And I could share with the council that if there is some desire to have the applicant go back and discuss with the property owners some possible means of, that they can come to consensus on, you may elect to table this for another time if in fact it's likely that it may not get approved. That's one option you have.
Mayor, I would suggest that we get Ms. Betsy that just spoke and get Mike and the developer or whoever, maybe just have a little sit down, and I don't know, I'm just throwing that out.
Well, I know that Mike's been working on this for the last couple of years, and I mean.
Well, and along with that, we have restrictions within the ordinance anyway, as far as what can and can't be there.
And one thing I want to bring up, we're going to vote on later in this meeting, we're going to have the same thing coming up in another area. Yeah. And I want the people that are going to vote to deny him to have these rights, I hope that they deny the next person too. Because I am pro-business. I want them to be able to do to the property what he wants to do to it. I'm not in favor of the truck stop. I don't like the truck stop. But I am in favor of, he's got 1.9 acres out there that's floating, that's going to be unusable, and it's connected already to over 18 acres out there. The Planning Commission voted 4-1, and the one person that voted against this to move it forward was Valerie Priest. Valerie called me that night, and she said if I would have known this was a Stripes, I would have voted for it. It would have been a 5-0 vote to move it forward. So a lot of people out there have voices and saying we should listen to our Planning Commission and people that push everything forward to us as a city council. This is one of the things I'm listening to them on.
Well, if there was not enough acreage there to do what he wants to do without this, it would make me look at it differently. But there's already 18 acres of CG that he can sell, and they can put a truck stop or anything they want. So we're talking about a 10% portion of a total. And I don't see how that's going to stop. It's not going to stop anything. If we deny this zone change, he can still sell the rest of it, and they can put a truck stop.
You're making it where he's squaring it up and making it where he can use all the property, because of that gas line, it really just kills it.
But I really suppose that it's Mark Walters' Mike Walters' here decision, because if this is a 3-3, it can come back. But if you should happen to lose this, Mike, you're going to have to wait a year to bring it back again. So you make the call, buddy.
Call for the vote.
Let's wait until we talk to our proponent here before we call for the vote.
I think we're going to have to vote on it anyways.
I think the sticking point is that 18-wheeler plaza. That's
yeah, but if it's CG, we can't stop that.
I understand that. I understand.
We can't say what they can and cannot do. All we can do is change the zone.
But just so the neighborhood understands that we're listening to their concerns, we're just the middlemen. I mean, we're just.
Do you want the vote, Mike, or do you want us to hold off and wait till we get Marty here?
Let's hold off.
Hold off?
A tie vote would be like kissing your sister, and I don't want to lose either.
Would you pull your motion and allow us to wait?
No.
Okay. We do have a motion to deny, and we do have a second. Do I have further?
We got one more comment.
Oh. Come up, Paul.
Paul Alexander. I want to remind you guys, Valley View, we had those duplexes going in, and we barely passed that. Now there's a Walmart going in, a Walmart community. That's worse, isn't it? Okay, you don't take the Stripes right now, you may have a truck stop there. It is a good location. This Stripes would block a truck stop from coming in later. Deny it and see what you get. He's going to sell that property. He's got to make money. You cannot deny people the right to do business and make money. You can't stop them. It's already zoned. It's already allowable. I think you're going to cause a problem. Go with what works right now. This is obvious to me. I'm worried about what's going to happen. I just can see it. Block this, and then you got a truck stop.
And we're not listening to our planning commission. I mean, if we're not going to listen to them, then we need to get them all off of there and start all over again.
We do have a motion to deny. We have had council comment. We've had public comment. And if there's no other public comment, I'm going to call for the vote. The motion has been made that we deny the zone change from R&E to CG. All of those in favor, please say aye.
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 Opposed, nay. Nay.
Aye.
So let's see the nays. Okay,
Nays?
it's
Nays.
Oh,
the nays. Okay, we have 4 nays, and we have 2 to deny. Someone want to make a motion to approve?
I move that we accept the ordinance as presented.
Second.
Do have a motion. I do have a second that we change it from R&E to CG. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed?
opposed.
2 opposed.
Put a 4-2 on this one, and let's move on. Thank you, Patrick. It has been asked. There are a lot of people here today with Republic and the Gregorys that's been asked that we take number 18 and pull this one up next, because I think there's a lot of people here dealing with this trash issue, maybe more than they're dealing with the mobile homes. So if council will authorize us to move number 18 up, we will do so. Do I have any problem from the council on the right side? No. Everybody all right on the left side?
Okay.
And I apologize to the mobile home people, but there's not as many of you here as there is the Republic and the TDS people. So let's move on to number 18. Shane, are you ready? We don't have Shane, do we?
He's around here somewhere.
He's not
Somewhere.
too far away.
He probably didn't know. There he is.
Number 18 is consideration of authorizing city staff to negotiate 2 separate contracts regarding request for proposal OP0114 with Republic Waste Services of Texas Limited for 1, the lease and operation of the San Angelo Sanitary Landfill, and for number 2, waste collection services for the city of San Angelo. Mr. Kelton, you're on, sir.
Okay, I'll catch my breath.
Sorry, buddy, didn't mean to do that
I
to
was
you.
upstairs, had to run down. Okay, Mayor, council members, we sent out RFPs for solid waste services for both landfill operations and for collections to see what was out there. We sent out we had 7 requests for people to send the RFPs to.
We sent those out, stated in your background, and we received 2 back. One from Republic Services of Texas and one from Texas Disposal Systems. We got in our responses, distributed them to the evaluation committee. The evaluation committee went through them. We looked at them. We got together. We met. We scored both proposals based on established criteria in the RFP. The criteria was financial impact, operational experience of the respondent, financial qualifications and stability of the respondent, adherence to specifications, and additional beneficial criteria that may or may not have been submitted within the proposals. The ranking for the proposals based on committee evaluations was for the lease and operation of the sanitary landfill. Republic Waste Services of Texas was ranked first. Texas Disposal Systems was ranked second. Ranking for the waste collection service, Republic Waste Services of Texas was ranked first. Texas Disposal System was ranked second. The staff is recommending, and the committee that reviewed these is recommending that staff or that council authorizes staff to negotiate 2 contracts, 2 separate contracts, one for the operation of the sanitary landfill, and then secondly for the solid waste collection services. Now we're just asking for the ability to negotiate a contract with the person that scored the highest on this. If we cannot reach an agreement or negotiate an agreement, an acceptable agreement between both parties, we will come back to council and ask for your permission to seek authorization to negotiate with the second highest ranked proposal that we had. So this is strictly just authorization to negotiate. This is not a final contract. We will bring all that stuff back to y'all and present it to you as a whole for y'all's approval to finalize and authorize city manager to sign a final contract.
I know the reason we set this committee up is so that this could be very stringently vetted so that we would be able to determine what was best for our city. And our committee did vet this thing, and they ranked it, and the ranking was for Republic on this. So, I mean, our committee has done its job. It has done what we asked it to do. So the question we have today is do we vote to give you the authority to continue to negotiate with the number 1 ranked, which is Republic, on both categories? And if you cannot reach a negotiated settlement that is beneficial to both of us, the city and to the provider, that you would come back for another.
We would come back to ask for negotiations,
with the number 2,
with the second ranked
Charlotte?
proposal.
I was just curious as to we wanted to request a time frame for negotiations, so we can get this wrapped up and put to bed.
Well, it's got to be done pretty quick because it expires in July 14, so kind of a natural time frame.
No reason by May 1st. I mean, we've got 30 days, so no reason by May 1st.
Do you think 30 days would do it, Shane?
I would hope that we would have a very good idea within the next 30 days as to where we stand, and hopefully within that 30 days, I would hope by the May 15th meeting that we are standing here with a document that we feel very comfortable with presenting to the city council. So
I don't see a problem with that. I mean, we have a natural time restraint.
I move for a motion to allow staff to commence negotiations with Republic, who scored first, and to complete those negotiations and an answer back to the council within 30 days, so May 1st.
With regard to both the contract and the lease, there's 2.
Landfill and waste
Yes, both of them in
collections.
one motion, both of them. Yes, ma'am, thank you.
And with the target
Target.
May 1.
Yes.
Okay. and if
Certainly
there is a
come back
problem-
before then, but.
Yeah, and if
Okay.
there's a problem, then we would know where we were anyway.
What
With
is,
the target
what
of
is
the
our first meeting in May? What day is it, Alicia?
May 6th.
No idea.
Because I don't think the
No, neither.
15th would
No,
work,
no,
would it?
can't.
May
I don't-
5th?
She's linking up.
Oh, yeah, the mayor has his little black book.
I can tell you.
Somebody knocked him upside the
Sixth.
head. May
6th.
6th. How about that, Charlotte?
That's fine. That first meeting in May.
That'll give enough time, shouldn't it, Shane? Should?
We're going to do our darndest, sir.
Okay, that's, okay, motion has been made. Do I have a second on this?
Second.
Okay, I do have a motion. I do have a second. Do I have any further council comments on this? Anyone care to speak? Mr. Ward?
Go ahead.
Well, I'd just like to compliment everybody that served on the committee, the staff and the 3 members of the city council. In the meetings I had, it was apparent to me that everybody had done their homework and spent many hours and days going through, I don't know, Rodney, what, 400, 500, 600 pages, more than you could even count. And everybody seemed to be able to distill that information to the relevant parts and focus in on what was best for the citizens of this town. Everybody seemed to go into it with an open mind and the understanding of the importance of getting this right for the citizens of the community. And the staff did the same thing. We got this thing on Friday and had to immediately drop everything we were doing and work on it for 3 or 4 days, and including Shane and everybody. And I was really impressed and appreciative of what everybody did. And we all have other things to do, but this is one of the most important things that this council will have to decide on. And I'm real comfortable with what we did. There is no doubt in my mind that the scoring was appropriate, and I'm willing to talk to my constituents at the relevant time as to the reasons for the decision, but I'm very comfortable that this is going to be in the best interest of the city if Shane can negotiate the type of contract that we believe that we can attain.
Thank you, sir. Rodney?
I just want to compliment Shane and his staff. They did an awesome job putting this together. I mean, I don't know how many hours you put into this, but it was an unbelievable amount. The packages that we got from both of the companies were outstanding. They both did a really good job putting them together. I don't think I've read more financial statements from anybody, and it was just crazy amount of documents that we had that were involved in this, and we had to read through on this. So I feel like either company would be a good company to work with. One company just stood out a little more than the other. If we can't get anything worked out with them, then we, like you said, we'll move on to the second company. Either company will end up being a good company to work with in the end.
Any further comment, council?
I have to agree with my committee members. First time I've had the opportunity to work with Shane's department, and all of the clerical, the order, it was excellent. It was outstanding. It made easy to read and follow, and the way you conducted the meeting, our chair, it was just made a hard task easier. Thank you.
Let's open it up to the public. Anyone in the public care to comment on this? Need you to tell us your name, and you've got 3 to 5, sir.
My name is Charles Young, and I don't have a vested interest one way or the other. The discussion that you just had I found is interesting. The last time this RFP went out, there was a request for proposal, was 37 years ago. That was one of the numbers that was thrown out and discussed at the city council meeting that was in November. You weren't here. 37 years ago, 13,541 days. 13,541 days. It took the city 97 days to come up with the RFP and get it in the hands of the businesses. The businesses had 40 days to go through this and produce their proposals. They were turned in on a Friday, reviewed over many days, as you guys said. Letters picking Republic and rejecting TDS were dated and sent out on Tuesday, the following Tuesday. I don't know how a committee met many days when they received proposals on a Friday, made a determination either Saturday, which I don't know whether you guys worked on a Saturday, or Sunday, or a Monday, Didn't work on Saturday or Sunday?
We didn't meet on Saturday or Sunday. No,
Okay.
Worked on it.
But the letters that went out that I have seen saying that there was going to be an intent to negotiate with Republic was dated on Tuesday. So we spent 13,541 days deciding for this to go out to an RFP, 97 days creating an RFP, 40 days getting it back, and 1 working day deciding which one way we're going to go. The appearance of this as a fait accompli makes me nervous. I know several of the people that were on the committee that reviewed this were against the issuance of an RFP to start with. That was obvious in the meeting that was held here in November. The RFP went out, it had a grudging feel to it. Grudgingly, we will look out for the best interests of San Angelo. There was a lot of discussion that went on in that meeting that, in fact, one of the comments you made, Mr. Wardlaw, was we don't want to change horses in midstream. Contrary to this being not 1850, we spent a lot of time, and I say we, I mean the city council members spent a lot of time defending Republic, talking about Republic, talking about what a great job they've done and how they're good for the city. I didn't hear a single person sitting at those seats up there discuss or use the term best interest of the city. Not one time. What worries me is this is happening so fast, under such, and it seems like it's almost, we're not even really going to discuss. We don't want public input. We don't want any of our constituents to see what their options are. Their RFPs haven't been available to the public at large. I called and requested one. I was told it wasn't available to me. I'm not really sure why, but I was told it wasn't available to me. I thought it was a public document. I thought I would be able to have access to it. I didn't get it. My concern is that time frame. These were turned in on a Friday. The letters were sent out on Tuesday. That doesn't give you many, many, many days to, what was the term you used? Thoroughly vet this. When you take 1/90th of the time to review the RFPs that it took you to generate the document in the first place, it frightens me because it makes me think this is a cursory examination of this document. It's a cursory examination of the long-term best interests of this town. And it totally disregards all of the comment that I have seen from people in neighborhoods at schools. I'm treasurer at Western Little League. I'm treasurer of a PTO at an elementary school here. I'm on the board at Glenn. I've talked to parents. I've talked to teachers. I've talked to kids. All of the concerns that they have been voiced to everyone, and it doesn't seem like any of them have been heard. And they can't be heard in 24 hours. It is not possible for you guys to have vetted this as thoroughly as you claim to have and done it in such a short time frame. My question is, who was on the committee? You weren't here for the request for the RFP. Who else was on the committee?
Winky.
Okay. He voted against going to the RFP. You voted to do the RFP. How often did you guys meet?
First of all, I take offense to you saying that I wouldn't do what's best for the city.
I said this gives the appearance of you not doing what's best for the city.
I'm going to tell you what's best for the
Feel
city.
free.
That I looked through these contracts. If you weigh both of these contracts and you get both of them, which you haven't seen, but we
No, I would love
you
to.
You can't. Yet.
I know.
Rodney, we're still negotiating here, so
I know.
I understand.
if there's any questions, it needs to be sent to Shane, because this is still a negotiation that we're doing. And the reason we didn't make this public is because this is a negotiation that we have with two entities that are so it is not public information.
And my concern is not with the negotiation of the contract. I'm assuming that hasn't started yet, since you haven't picked one.
It doesn't until we vote.
Right. So my concern is not the negotiation of the contract. My concern is the vetting, which you talked about.
And I appreciate your comment, sir.
And that was the question I had that I haven't gotten answered is, how often did you guys meet over these many, many, many days?
Sir, do you not believe or feel that 3 people can discuss and go over the package via the phone, or, not being in the same room, but they are looking at the material and studying and talking to one another?
Well,
And
Mr. Wardlaw, who was on the committee, said y'all didn't meet over the weekend.
You got 1
Didn't
minute.
work over the weekend.
You've got 1 minute.
I appreciate that. Didn't work over the weekend, so that leaves you, these were turned in Friday afternoon, so maybe you worked on them Friday afternoon. Maybe you worked on a Monday, maybe you worked on Tuesday morning before the letter went out. It seems like that is a tragically short time frame for something as important as this, as expensive as this, and something that has taken 37 years to get to this point. For you guys to take one day to do that, it worries me.
No, it
We,
wasn't.
we appreciate your comments.
It wasn't one day, though. That's wrong.
And I asked the question.
I got it on Friday. I started reading as soon as I pulled it out of the box, I sat down and I started reading.
So you had Saturday, Friday, Saturday, Sunday, Monday.
And
Letters went out Tuesday.
I can tell you, I mean, when you look at contracts, if you've ever looked at contracts and when somebody's negotiating.
And you talk about hundreds of pages.
No, thousands.
Thousands of pages. That's a lot to go through
Yes.
in 4 days.
Yes, it is. But when you look at the main points.
It doesn't seem
there's
like you put in the right amount of time to
there's-
me.
Right.
It's
And
the
let's kill this right now. Thank you for your comments, sir.
Thank you for your direct answers.
Do we have any further comment? Come ahead. Need your name, and you got 3 to 5, sir.
Thank you very much. I'm Stanley Mayfield. I own a business here in San Angelo, and of course a resident of San Angelo for a number of years. I saw the article in the paper and was very confused by it because it seemed to run through this entire process very quickly, and I was puzzled by the fact that there would be negotiations after a vendor was chosen, which to me is pretty tough to do. How do you negotiate after your competitors, the competition issue is no longer in the discussion? If I read right this morning on one of the newscasts, this is a $450 million a year contract. And what is the term of the contract?
Shane?
34, isn't it?
Pardon?
Excuse me, I'm sorry. There is no dollar figure or financial impact at this point to this contract. It has not been negotiated to determine what the financial impact of this contract would be if we are successful in the negotiation with the first company.
So historically, what is the value of this contract? Last 10 years?
It's we would have to get back to you. I can't specifically give you a direct answer as to the value of a particular contract because this was over both collections and landfill management at the same time. So we know what annual revenues are and annual expenditures have been, but we wouldn't be able to provide that in a financial statement if you'd like to see it.
Somebody give us a ballpark number. What kind of money are we talking about in this contract?
Millions. What is it, an annual?
No one knows.
Historically, we don't know how much. Pardon?
The committee members thoroughly vetted it. Surely they know.
No one has an idea, a ballpark figure?
Yes, we do, and we can't divulge that information.
There's certain points.
Because we're still in negotiations with the
Okay,
two
well-
companies. We're going to start with one. If we don't get it worked out with the one, then we'll go to the second one.
Okay, San Angelo Live published this morning, this is a $450 million a year operation. Is that correct?
Wrong. That's wrong.
That's not
Okay, if you know that's not correct, then what is correct? A ballpark. You don't have to divulge anyone's bid.
Mr. Mayfield, the impact to the company there are two impacts. One has to do with the operation of the landfill, one has to do with the with operation of the collections. There is a piece of that revenue that comes to the city historically, and there is a piece of that revenue that the company keeps. Those amounts are yet to be negotiated looking forward.
He's asking
Historically. Can anyone give me a ballpark figure of what the value of the contracts that you're negotiating and you will sign?
In my opinion, Mr. Mayfield, if I may, the term, whether it's 10, 20, or a 30-year contract, I would have to agree with you that what I have viewed, that it is a multi-million-dollar contract.
Well, San Angelo Live, I don't know, you tell me where they came up with the number
I have
450
no
million.
idea. I have no idea.
Maybe someone is here from that organization could tell us where they arrived at the number, but,
Mr. Mayfield, the city's budget
yes.
in the landfill enterprise fund for this year is approximately $2.1 million, and expenditures are a similar amount, slightly less than that. That is not a full representation of all the revenues and expenditures involved in these contracts.
Okay.
That is just the city piece. So $2.1 to $2.2 million per year has historically been the city piece of that activity.
Okay, I'm not even sure what that really represents. What kind of income, total gross income dollars is this contract would be valued at for the vendor then?
Depends on the term.
Both collections from commercial, other
Depends on the
trash
negotiation
pickup?
process that we're going to start with them. We're about to, if the vote goes through, give him the authority to go and negotiate that, and then it'll be brought to us. So this isn't written in stone yet, and they just want to go and try to hash out.
About $4 million a year for pickup. 33,000 residents, $10 a resident, $4 million a year. It's a ballpark. It's what he wants. That's just on pickup. So the landfill is much more complicated. But so 10 years, that's $40 million just for picking up. The landfill's still out of it. So we're getting closer. It's not $400 million. You see what I'm saying? We're getting closer.
Right.
It's a big contract.
It's a big number.
Okay.
Mr. Mayfield, we'd be glad to sit down with you from
Okay.
a financial perspective.
Well, all of us in business today are
How much time
looking
does he have?
at our budgets.
He's pretty close.
We're looking at payroll costs that have increased beyond anything we've ever experienced as taxes are going up. And I find it really interesting that we have a public bid that is not very transparent. And I was shocked to find out we're going to select a vendor and then negotiate a price. Is that not backwards?
This is permissible under the law relating to proposals, and it's a process that, and this has been published in the bid packet. The process is over a series of negotiations, and it's been expressed correctly by the department. So we are also, as council has said numerous times, entitled by law to protect the information and not disclose information relating to our negotiations until after the contract is awarded.
We do have prices, Mr. Bayfield.
Okay.
We do know what one's going to charge us and what they're going to do, what they have proposed. We know, on the other hand, what the other has proposed and what they're going to charge and what they expect. We know all these things. It is part of the package, the RFP, that they provided this information. But until we are able to negotiate and come to a final decision, we are not going to show our cards. And what we are doing today is just authorizing what the committee has chosen as the one that is first. Out of the two, the one that is first, we are allowing our city management to negotiate with them to come up with a negotiated contract. If we cannot negotiate what we want with them, then we will go to the one that was rated second, and we will negotiate with them. We know what they want. We know what they want for collection. We know what they want for the landfill. We know all of these things. But
Okay.
it's not to be made public until we have come to a conclusion. And you're asking for us to give all of this information to the public, and we haven't even negotiated it yet. We've just simply vetted to get the one that we feel is best. And until we negotiate, we're not going to give you those figures.
And let me add, the TDS doesn't know what Republic submitted, and Republic doesn't know what TDS submitted.
It is still two separate entities. We are just asking the council to give permission to go ahead and negotiate this thing out based on the decision and on the information that we have from the two RFPs. One of them is better than the other, so we want to negotiate with the better one.
Well, I can understand
And
that.
you don't, when you're making a business deal, you don't tell everybody exactly what you're buying and what you're selling to give your competitors the chance. It has to be a secret negotiation until something is made. At that time, we can make everything public. But until we negotiate, we've got to do this the best way.
Well, I guess I'm fairly limited on my experience in public bids. When we, in our company, bid on municipality bids and state bids throughout all of West Texas. We do submit bids, and
Yes,
people select based on.
But
and
the
those-
people that you submit the bid to does not make your bid public to the other people that are making bids, because then they can change their bid. It has to be, a bid has to be secret, and it has to be kept secure until the decision is made, and that's what we've got. We've got two bids.
Okay.
But now we have to figure out which is the best, and that is done through
Well,
negotiation.
I was puzzled somewhat by the procedure. And when you were evaluating the financial impact of the proposal, that the financial impact will be established through the negotiation process, but that's after you've eliminated.
We have not
They
eliminated.
are not
They're
eliminated.
We have not eliminated. We
gonna
are taking the one that was first, and we're going to negotiate with them. If we
Okay.
cannot come to a negotiation, then we'll go to the one that was chosen second, and we will negotiate. And I've already given you about 7 minutes, but
Okay, let me ask you just a couple of quick questions. How often is this put out for bid? This is a sizable contract.
this is the first time it's been done in probably 40 years.
37 according to.
In 37 years. That's remarkable.
And now you've
Which
got one.
that's a
that-
good thing, though, Mr. Mayfield, that we are doing this, and there was competition. There were 7 companies that came to the initial meeting for the RFP. So 7 companies came in to look at it. I think there were 3 or 4 that were kind of serious about it, and they kind of moved forward a little bit, and then 2 rose to the top and finished it out. For them to finish it out, they put in thousands and thousands of dollars. If you could see the packages, which I think all these packages will be public after we've made our decision,
Yeah, I
right?
understand.
But we're not going to make
You'll
it
see-
public, and you've got less than a minute, sir. You've already had about
Okay.
8 minutes on a 5-minute.
And I appreciate
public.
your indulgence. I have a.
Your time's up, sir.
a
I'm sorry,
dumpster
time is up.
outside of city limits, and I did use an alternate source to Republic, and I got a 20% larger dumpster for 39% less money. That did spark my interest.
Right.
Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Mr. Mayfield. Any other public comment on this?
I have to ask a question before I get started. I didn't hear about recycling. Are we going after recycling?
It's a negotiation.
Well, it's a negotiation
This is
thing,
part
so I
of the
mean-
negotiation, Paul.
but-
We
Okay.
had a proposal from TDS on recycling and picking up. We had a contract or a price from Republic on recycling and picking up. We have not negotiated this. We have not got figures yet.
Okay.
We simply have got the 2 proposals. We have picked the best proposal to start with.
I understand.
And after we negotiate, if this is not acceptable, then we'll go to the second one and negotiate with them.
And if we don't like the second one?
All right.
Then
The
we'll go
RFP
out again, but
We
we are
had
still
figures.
negotiating.
The RFP asked for multiple choices, and there were multiple choices by both companies. They pretty much submitted the same thing.
I suppose we've been doing this, for me, I've been doing this since late 2010, and I've been asking the public about recycling, and still they overwhelmingly want recycling. They'll even eliminate a pickup per week. Keep that in mind. I think it'd be a travesty. I think they would revolt if you didn't have recycling. So I think you've got to do it. All right, now, I'm a bit surprised, and I'm just taking a little different angle because I've worked this, and I know it intimately, except for the last 10 months. But when did TDS ever say no to anything? Texas Disposals never said no to anything. And this is something I recognize about the company. They're very bright people. I asked, can we have green trash cans? And they said, sure. You know, green looks like a bush when it's stacked against the house. Blue is advertising what? So I asked about this with Republic, and they are hesitant to give us green trash cans. It's a difficult thing for them. I never got that from Texas Disposal Systems. So, they're very easy to work with. We talked about seasonal pickups, large item pickups. Never got a no from them. Always got a yes, and I'm just wondering what happened. And I can't know that answer, but it makes me curious. And I remember when I came in to the city council in 2010, Harold Dominguez was counting the days that contract ran out. So I contacted Harold Dominguez last night. I said, has anybody talked to you? No. Well, what was it that he was counting the days of? Why did he not appreciate what was going on with Republic at that time 4 years ago? And then I see Texas Disposal Systems having to defend themselves by bringing those subjects up to you guys. Why are they having to defend themselves and bring that subject up? It's because we've all forgotten, apparently. and I'm not sure that's a good idea. I don't, and it just appears that way, because I can only read the information I have, and it makes me wonder. And I can't get into that. I know you guys can't get into it with me right here. I also thought that both entities would get to stand up here and present to the entire council a summary, at least, to where you guys all had a fair shot at hearing what they have to say. And I think that was skipped over. If I'm correct, I'm not sure. I thought they were going to be given the opportunity. Now,
I've written summaries.
let me tell you about what I learned. Today's trash pickup day. If it's a windy day and I stick my trash can out in the morning, the lid can pop up and trash goes out. And this is a windy time of season. Why would I do that? Because I don't know what time Republic is coming by. And I mentioned over and over and over, you've got to be predictable. They come at 8 o'clock and I don't have my trash can out. So I put my trash can out at 8 o'clock and they don't come till 4 o'clock. On a windy day, that's when the trash goes everywhere. I asked that question with Texas Disposal Systems, and they say, hey, you know what? We have a GPS system in our truck. We know where that truck is. They're going to hit the same spot within 20 minutes every single time, and we're watching that route to see if we can make it more efficient. Well, why? Because they save money. They're predictable. You see where I'm going with this? Saving money saves us money. If somebody didn't pick up the trash can at Texas Disposal Systems, and you call and say my trash can wasn't picked up, within 20 minutes they're going to send you a picture of the car that was parked in front of your trash can that prevented them from picking it up.
Mr. Mayor, I'm calling the time limit.
Well,
Was it really 5 minutes?
He's got 1 minute left.
Yeah, I know how much time I have. All right, so it's a really amazing company. It is a really amazing company, and I'm going to mention this last fact. They're as local as we're going to get. These are 2 San Angelo boys that made this company. And when they come to San Angelo and work here, they're going to work with the rest of West Texas, creating a network of recycling infrastructure that will come through San Angelo to go to Austin. When they go to buy parts, they can buy from San Angelo vendors. I don't think that Republic can do that. You got to ask that question, but they have national buying systems. They can't buy from our local people. This is pretty much a local company. And I can only say I'm surprised, because I cannot get into the negotiations. I realize that. I appreciate it. Thank you.
Any other comment? You bet.
Good morning, Mayor and Council. My name is Tony Villarreal. I come as a private citizen and also have served professionally as a public servant, as a mayor in a previous city and commissioner in a different county as well. And wanted to, first of all, commend you guys for putting this up for an RFP. I think that's wonderful. It was long overdue, and I think the process has taken its process, and the committee has come up with a recommendation. And I agree with that recommendation from my experience as a customer, as a citizen, and also as a public servant serving in these different capacities. Republic has been outstanding. They adjust. What I appreciate most about them is that they adjust to the situations at hand. They're always conscious of the customer, and not the city, but the citizens of the cities that they deal with. We had just quick response every time that we dealt with any situation. They were always there to assist us in making sure that the citizens were completely satisfied, and the customer-friendly service that they give is outstanding. Their professionalism, and another thing that I also appreciate about them is they involve themselves in the community. You see them all over the place, and serving in different boards in the citizens and civic groups. They're always there to give a helping hand. So I appreciate your time and hope that you consider Republic to continue working with the Republic. Thank you.
Tony. Anyone else got a comment?
Yes, my name is Jim Turner. I've been a longtime logger and observer of negotiations, contracting, and so on in city and other government entities around. One of the things I think that it would be great if the city did disclose was the checklist that they use to decide what is important in this contract, what are the points we evaluated it on, and that needs to be presented to the public so they know that we emphasize this, because it's not just a dollar amount figure that needs to go into a contract like this. There are a number of different factors, and each one of those needs to be weighted. The impact is not just economic, it's social, cultural, recycling is going to be an impact. All of those factors need to be evaluated, and how they were evaluated, what weight they were given, can be given to the public without disclosing any secrets of the negotiation. These are the factors we're looking at. This is the people that scored the best on these factors. And I have seen in a number of negotiations where at the end of the day, before they get into the actual figures, this is how much better we think they did on this than the other guy, without disclosing what they did to make themselves better. That checklist, those factors that you looked at beyond just a numerical monetary bottom line need to be made public as part of this decision.
Standard Times made them public.
Hmm?
The different factors, Standard Times made them public. I mean, it was there.
It needs to be part of this meeting. It needs to be part of the presentation here, because right now, not everybody reads the Standard Times paper for a number of reasons. And whether the paper has it, the paper is not the city government of the city of San Angelo. City of San Angelo needs to do that as part of this deliberation. Thank you.
Shane?
I don't have the actual weights that were given on the criteria right now. I can get those and we can give them out. But the rating criteria were for both sides of it, waste collection and for landfill lease operations, financial impact of the proposal, operational experience of the respondents, financial qualifications and stability of the respondents, adherence to the specifications as outlined in the RFP, and any additional beneficial criteria that were the respondents gave during their in their proposal. And those were the criteria that the committee used and weighted against. And I don't actually have those weights with me right now, but we can get those pretty quick.
Shane, you mentioned those when you did your presentation a while ago as well.
Okay.
Correct. I do want to make a comment
Yes,
there.
sir.
I do want to point out that on the committee, it wasn't just the city council members. We did have staff on the committee as well. I was on the committee. Michael Dane was. Of course, Shane and Patrick were also involved, and our legal was also involved. We understand as far as getting the information on a Friday and then having a meeting on a Tuesday. I can tell you at this point that there's a lot of information that all of us went through. Council, as well as the staff. This is something that's a really big contract. I know that Paul mentioned a while ago, did anybody talk with our previous city manager? I can tell you right now why he was concerned. It was the portion that involved the landfill. We feel that that was addressed in the RFP process, and I think that if anything, what we got back, we feel pretty good moving forward. After we properly vetted it, we did spend a lot of time, a lot of hours on this staff as well as city council. So I never want the community to think that we took this lightly. We didn't. This was a process, again, that I know that when you look at Patrick and Shane, the number of hours they spent on it as well. When we came into the meeting, I could look around with everybody involved in that meeting. There was a lot of highlights on the information that went out, a lot of questions, a lot of notes on the sides that we discussed as well. So again, I know that we don't want to make it seem like we're trying to be secretive as far as what we're doing. We want the best for our community. We want to benefit our community. And we're being very cautious at this point moving forward and make sure we negotiate a deal that is absolutely best for the community. And that's all we're looking for at this point. Thank you.
Anyone else care to comment on this? Come ahead, Mr. Gregory. Give it to her, please. State your name. You do have 3 to 5.
I'm Bobby Gregory, President and Principal Owner of Texas Disposal Systems. My brother Jimmy, the other owner, is here today. Thank you very much for the opportunity to talk to you today, and thank you all for putting this out for RFP. Last Friday when we received the letter, it said the selection committee has completed its review of the RFP and will request authorization to enter into negotiations with Republic Service at today's meeting. The letter that was attached said, the RE on it said RFP selection notification. It was our fear then, our belief then, that a selection had been made by the committee. It appears that is the case, at least for the first place, and that we would be shut out otherwise. This left me wondering whether the 3 TDS proposals for landfill services and the 7 TDS proposals for solid waste and recyclables collection had been reviewed or would have an opportunity to come before you again. Also, by the wording of today's agenda, it leaves the question as to whether the work of the selection committee is complete or whether it continues on, since the city staff is the one being directed to be doing the negotiating. The move to negotiate without public consideration of TDS proposal raises significant concerns. First, it ignores the fact that Republic already has the environmental responsibility and liability related to the operation of the city landfill for more than 37 years, and from being the primary hauler of waste into the landfill from the city and from the numerous communities in the San Angelo area. Secondly, it fails to publicly answer questions TDS has asked about in its RFP response about fees that Republic has been collecting from commercial customers for years, apparently without authorization. Any overcharges to commercial accounts within the city above what is allowed, the exclusive operator by the city ordinance, among other things, should be documented and considered within the final evaluation of the contractor selection. This can only be done if the city staff is able to discuss these issues with TDS representatives in contract negotiations, and that the staff understands the issues and how they affect the more than 2,000 captive commercial and roll-off accounts which Republic bills directly. Based on information made public in the RFP process, in combination with a review of commercial rates approved by city ordinance, as well as actual copies of invoices from commercial customers located inside the city, which illustrate billing for services substantially higher than approved by city ordinance, we have reason to believe that Republic's invoice charges to commercial customers have been greater than that approved by ordinance by an amount in excess of $1 million per year. It is our understanding through a review of past invoices that this process of charging additional fees and fuel fees and environmental fees greater than what we believe is allowed by city ordinance has gone on for many years. TDS has specifically asked staff for ordinances supporting these fees, but has not yet received the information. Our review of all past rate ordinances revisions that we could find shows that there is no such authorization for the significant amount added to fees that Republic is now billing San Angelo commercial accounts. Some of the council members who were not placed on the committee stated at the time that they were fine with that because they would get to hear all the presentations. It appears to me by today's action, if you approve it, you will cut off an opportunity to have a presentation by TDS, because there will be TDS will not be in the hunt. Why should the city council give Republic representatives the impression that the selection of the city's contractor under the RFP process has been completed and that TDS will not even be interviewed or allowed to make a presentation to city council? We can only assume Republic has offered...
1 minute, Mr. Gregory. 1 minute.
TDS requests that the City Council not approve Agenda Item 18 and thereby not direct city staff to negotiate exclusively with Republic. Instead, TDS requests that City Council and staff post a separate agenda item for City Council consideration at its next meeting to direct city staff to negotiate contracts with both Republic and TDS for both landfill and collection service, and to allow both respondents to make presentations to their proposal to council prior to moving forward with any contract negotiations. This would allow the city to fulfill the intent of the RFP and enable the city council to have the choice between 2 contractors when considering your final decision. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Gregory. Anyone else care to comment? Come ahead, sir. State your name. You got 3 to 5, buddy.
Marty Barons with Cisco Equipment here in San Angelo. I'm also on the board of directors of the San Angelo Blues Society, and I'm here to speak on behalf of Republic Services in regards to their community support and involvement. Every year we do a festival, a blues festival that's free to the public, which is this year it's on May 10th. Everybody's invited. And Republic Services has always been a strong supporter of this. We generate scholarships out of this, and that's a big part of why they're involved. I see their involvement in lots of other activities and charitable events around town. They not only involve themselves with our festival financially and in-kind support, but also they have people show up and hand out water and set up a tent there. I know this is generally all about the Benjamins here on this RFP. However, in regards to some other items outside of that, I sure support public services.
Thank you, Marty. Who's next? Anything further you need to add, Shane? Anything council needs to add? Any other further comments? Charlotte's will be right back.
Take a little break.
She's taking a little break.
I might just make a comment or two
Yes, sir.
while we're killing time. I think it's a little unfortunate the way it worked out that we got so compressed with time. I would have liked more time too, and I always like more transparency. It's just the way the municipal bidding process does not allow us to have the transparency that we would have liked, and we're running up against the expiration of the other contract, and I wish that we could have had more time. I wished I didn't have to dedicate 4 days in a row and pull off my own individual businesses and spend all the time going through all these documents carefully. But that's the way it worked out, and I don't think it's anybody's fault. And it just slipped up on us time-wise. I guess we could blame Shane a little bit because his RFP was so comprehensive and so voluminous and so slanted or directed toward the protection of the citizens of this town and making sure that everything was put on the table, that it took a good while for this RSP to come out. And I wish it had come out a couple of months earlier. But, you know, sometimes we don't have the luxury of having the amount of time that we want. And but here again, I'm real confident this is going to come out for the best for the city, however it turns out. And, you know, we're unpaid volunteers up here taking our time, and we took the cards that were dealt us, and we reacted and did the best we know how. And I think some of us have experience in financial matters and legal matters. And as the city manager said, we looked at all this stuff real carefully and discussed it in detail. And there was no cursory examination of this whatsoever.
Thank you, sir. Got a little more time. All right, there's another public comment.
Hi, my name is Del Velasquez. I'm the Executive Director for Downtown San Angelo. And I believe in previous council meetings, I've also spoken about the philanthropic work that Republic Services has provided downtown San Angelo in relationship to a major project that we undertook. And I know I hate reiterating this point, but the fact was that the largest number of in-kind contribution to helping us with the revitalization efforts that we're undertaking with the Roosevelt Hotel was Republic Services. So I just leave that on your hands, but I do know that they've been a real good partner for our community in relationship to what that does. And also brought up, and I don't think legally you can do this, but I will make this point. I know coming from a corporate background, I know that when we looked at suppliers and vendors that we were looking at, we did look at that component of what does this company do in the communities that we serve. So I just wanted to throw that out as well. If you have any questions, I'd be more than happy to answer.
Thank you, Deb.
Thank you.
Call for the vote.
Mr. Mayor, I
haven't
apologize.
got a motion yet.
Yeah,
Yeah,
I
she
made
made it.
one, and it was
Motion and a
seconded and the
second.
whole 9 yards. But I want to apologize for having to leave
all
quickly. Trouble breathing here, but I did hear every word because it's piped all the way through, so I didn't miss anything.
Okay, motion has been, reiterate the motion.
There you go.
I have motion to authorize staff to negotiate contract and lease with the Republic Waste Services of Texas Limited within the designated time, presenting final draft contracts to City Council by May 6th, and as presented was made by Councilmember Farmer.
Seconded by Fleming. Okay.
Didn't we say both the landfill and waste collection?
Yes, both aspects. All right, we've had council comment. We have had public comment. If there's any other comment from the public, now's the time, right now. We're about to vote on this. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, nay. Drop a 6-0 on it. Let's move on to number 9, which is the second hearing and consideration of adopting an ordinance of the City of San Angelo, Texas, amending the Code of Ordinances of the City of San Angelo by amending Appendix A Fee Schedule, Article 2000, Building and Construction by creating a Section 2.1600 Mobile Home Park, Manufactured Housing Park, and Recreational Vehicle Park, Annual Operator's Permit, providing a severability clause, providing compliance with the Texas Open Meetings Act, providing for an effective date. Mr. Howard.
Which slide is it? Okay, all right. Thank you again. Numbers 9 through 12 all relate obviously to the same item, and so what I'd like to do is maybe summarize.
Patrick, could
Yes.
you hold a little bit, let everybody
Oh, sure,
leave?
okay.
Just a minute or two.
Did you want to do these one at a time? Did we want to do these one at a time? We want to lump them all together? They're all
Well, I
the
was
same?
going to briefly summarize all of what's happened to date since we've actually had multiple opportunities to discuss.
Let's do them one at a time.
One at a time with expeditiously.
One at a
proceeding.
time expeditiously.
1 minute each.
Well, what I'll do is summarize the comments that relate to all of them, and then we can act on them individually if that's the pleasure of the council. Okay. We ready now? or-
Go.
Okay, all right. Since our last meeting, I just want to briefly summarize some of what has occurred, some of what has happened at the meeting, and essentially, based on your directive, what conclusions we came to. So, at the last meeting in March, there was some discussion about items 9 through 12. And just to refresh your memory, and this was included in the packet, this council discussed eliminating the proposed fee associated with the transfer of the annual operator's permit, also modifying the fee proposed with the annual operator's permit to increase that from $425 to $1,000. Also, the renewal fee for new parks from $250 to $600. In addition to eliminating the requirement of having the process of submitting an application for operator's permit. You'd asked us to revisit the requirement for site plans, and then also directed staff to meet with members of the industry to get clarity on some of the language related to some of the definitions for what was included in the packet. So, staff did such, and it was a fruitful outcome. We were able to clarify language related to some of the definitions where there was concerns for. We believe that what was before you in the packet and was presented today to the public also meets that intent that you provided as far as direction at the last meeting.
Move to approve if your presentation is finished.
I have one objection to this one, and it's on page 13 of 19. At the bottom, I talked to the existing park owners here in town, and they have, at the last sentence of that, if you look at it, can we put it up there where everybody can see that? Do we have that?
Yeah, I'm not, well.
it says, the last sentence of that page says, this exemption shall not apply with respect to the operation of park developed or expanded after the effective date of this ordinance. It falls under the section of exemption of pre-existing parks. I want to strike that last sentence because I've been told that that means a couple of things. One, that they cannot add any extra spaces or anything to their current location, correct? And then it also means that they couldn't expand, like if I believe there's 3 parks in town that can expand at this time. They could never expand. They'd have to fall under the new rules to expand.
Right, and what I'll do at this point, and I know that was a item that came up as we talked to the individuals in the industry. I'm going to let the city attorney talk to you about the issue about vested rights. Essentially, the intent was to actually provide vesting of rights to park owners for existing conditions. However, the opportunity to vest rights for actions that have not taken place would not be allowed, and I'll give them an opportunity to sort of explain that.
Where is that clause, Rodney?
It's on page.
It's in page 13 of 19.
Of 19, it's the last sentence. It's the last paragraph is kind of what it, and they're fine with the first part of that paragraph, and this is about them being exempt, but.
Oh, okay, you're reading the draft. I was looking for it on the agenda, okay.
We didn't receive
It is
the
on here.
draft
It's on, I've got it up on my screen too.
Yeah, that's correct.
But we had talked about them being able to kind of operate as they've been operating in the past. You know, this whole thing, again, I'm going to hammer this home. When we brought this up, we never meant to do anything with the existing owners, and we didn't put an undue hardship on them. So we want this to move forward without putting undue hardship on them.
That is correct. And again, the idea that we were able to vest and not require anything above and beyond for the existing conditions for the park owners is in fact the case, and we adhere to that. However, as it relates to the expansion or adding of new spaces to an existing park, or obviously the development of a new park, they would in fact have to adhere to the standards. And so again, I'm going to defer to our city attorney to sort of explain this concept of vesting and why that was a concern.
Right, and it shouldn't be too incredibly complicated. I think we do understand the doctrine of vested rights and those rights to which the current owners are entitled accrue at the time of filing the application, and they're subject to the laws that are in place. And that's just a very basic doctrine based on constitutional principles of property rights and fairness. I think what the concern is about future development, and so I think we had used language about additions or expansions. There's no vested right in the future. They only what they have in place.
Right, but I don't want to do that. I've talked to the owners out there right now, and I totally see your point of view on this also, but again, you know, 6 months or 8 months ago when this first came up, we weren't trying to hurt these guys that are out there. We were trying to stop man camps from coming into the city, and this is an awesome document. We are going to make it where it's going to be very hard to put man camps in the city, but if we follow all of this to the T, and I think by talking with the owners that are out there right now, they're happy with everything we've done except for this last sentence. They would like to take that last sentence out of there, and that's, if I can interrupt you on this, Winky, I'd like to move that we accept all this ordinance except for that last sentence and strike that.
Roll it down. Let me read that last sentence.
Well, there actually has been a small change to that ordinance, and let me read the language. There was a slight modification. So I'll read the last sentence as it's changed. This exemption, and I'm trying to make it a little bit larger, so I'll scroll down.
You want to bring it down?
Yeah, I'll scroll it down. Okay. Okay. It actually should read, this exemption shall not apply with respect to the operation of a park developed, we decided to remove the reference to expanded because it was a little bit confusing, and continue to read after the effective date of this ordinance, and then we wanted to add or the addition of mobile home, manufactured home, or recreational vehicle park spaces to an existing park.
So therefore, I mean, we're adhering to the law, and they're entitled to the rights that have accrued under under present conditions. And the concept of, it sort of runs afoul of the theory of a zoning regulation. We're entitled to exercise our police powers so that non-conforming future uses that pose a detriment to the public health, welfare, and safety, we're entitled to protect that. And so what you're suggesting is that these future permittees and applicants would not be subject to the very laws that we
They're going to still.
we developed, and this is the very reason that we had a moratorium, to determine what was in the best interest to our community, to develop new regulations for these new types of additional developments and these additional things. So we're just, I think to allow a group of equally situated property owners across the board, and they would be equally situated because their new activities and their additions would be no different than someone new stepping in to do it who didn't previously have a park. Then that would be just fundamentally problematic on many levels. Is there anything else?
Well, one of the things that I'm looking at is Marshall. The perfect example is Marshall came before us today, and we were talking about his 2 spots that he's going to add, and he's going to do the I forgot what those called, show models? Park models. He's going to add 2 park models into that. Well, according to the rules that we're about to pass, and he has plenty of room to still do that here. He has a ton of room to do that. If you leave that sentence in there, he can't do that. And Marshall and there's 3 other parks in town that have the same deal where they can put stuff into their park. So if we go by if we pass this ordinance and we make it, he wants to add 3 more spots. Well, he's got to do the 1,000-foot setback that we're about to approve. He's got to do all the other hardships that are going to make it on the new sites. So the only thing I'm asking for is to strike the last sentence in its entirety out of there. I want to hear from the park owners themselves and let them tell you what their hardships will be on that in that case. I still think that we're not trying to.
No.
We didn't want to hurt these guys and these ladies or these owners. We want to move forward, and I'm not trying to do anything illegal. I want them to just be able to go along as they were going.
So these future uses will be non-conforming with the new regulations, and they're not vested now. There's no vested right in a future development. It's vested, it accrues at the time the permit application is in place and the project is being developed under the laws that are in place. But that would also be contrary to the whole idea of nonconformity under the zoning ordinance under, I think it's chapter 6. It's nonconforming uses are not allowed.
Well, they still have to pull a permit. They still have to have all their inspections that they're doing now through the city. They have to pass. We're not just saying, oh, he can just go out there and fire up 5 spaces.
Right, but the new laws are applicable to those new permits.
New parks. New parks. That's the point I'm making.
It is our position that additions and I would say parallel growth is equivalent to a new park.
Yeah. I just look at it differently than you,
Okay.
and I'm not saying you're wrong. You're
Absolutely.
wrong. My opinion is that, they 6 months ago, they could have had the opportunity to extend their park and make it bigger, and they didn't know that this was going to be coming. They probably would have, but they didn't. They didn't know that we were going to, first of all, they didn't know we were going to try to add a bunch of fees to them, a bunch of inspections to them, and change their whole way of making a living. And that's why I think that they've given to us a lot. they've given us a lot. They worked with us on these ordinances to set them in place, and they've helped us line out what's written in there. The last thing that they're coming to me on is they would like this to be stricken out of there, and I would like it to be stricken out of there.
What if you just added the word old park? Does that help? Does that, I mean, what's now?
Existing?
What's existing or old or?
And
Does that help, Rod?
I want to hear from the owners. I don't want to speak for the owners. I want the owners to come up and tell you exactly, and we got people chomping at the bits that are wanting to come up here.
Existing.
And council member, could I just respond to the idea that whatever plans they may have had still relate to the development of the project? It's not finite. So I believe that the planning director is going to look at these proposals to see if they're still within, and they're just further a project within what was already on file with us. So right. I don't think that is the same type of expansion that we're running up against. I think they're entitled to develop their project.
Alicia,
and so I think we just need to.
With that said, would that affect this individual? I just want clarification on that too. So.
Well, in the spirit of allowing the individual to continue with the work, we believe that it's likely that we'll just move forward because the work was in progress to some degree. However, as mentioned, the thought is that if in fact we're talking about a new proposed expansion, or let me say in this case addition of spaces for an existing park, it would be in this case subject to new regulations. But if there was action that was put in place prior to the moratorium, obviously we will honor those subject to all of the other permitting requirements that obviously have to be maintained.
Thank you.
If that answers the question.
Yes, it does. Okay.
Still against it, Rodney?
Do what?
Still against it?
Yeah, Can I move? Can I make a motion?
No,
Winky, you start.
no, his motion stands. If
Okay,
no
did
one
he finish?
seconds
I
it,
didn't know
then
he
we'll
finished.
get another.
I'll second his motion.
Okay, we've got a motion, we've got a second, so that's going to have to be dealt with.
Ronnie?
I agree with you, and I don't like these fees. I think these fees are,
Well, the
I
fees
think
aren't going to
they're
affect
terrible.
these guys.
No,
It's all taken. Dwayne,
I'm
it's
going to
all-
vote against it because I don't like the fees. So, I'll go with you there just to kill the fees. Let's get public comment.
Yeah.
Come ahead, sir.
I think I'm going to be real quick.
Give your name and 3 to 5.
Okay, William. My name is William Chad Countess, and thank you for the time you give me. I am part-time Texas Air National Guard is my half-time job, and the other half is I'm a financial advisor here in San Angelo. So the past 12 years, I've done 6 deployments to Afghanistan and Iraq, built up a nest egg, and a lot of our guys over there are trying to retire from the military, figuring out how we're going to make money so I can retire. I got some stuff to hand out here for you that I can go over real quick. I think you guys can keep 1, 2, if there's enough. Just kind of the process. I've dealt, Mr. Daines helped me a lot, AJ Favre's helped me a lot, Councilman Vardaman's helped me a lot, and I just thank you for all your time. I've bugged you all to death, I know. I've learned a lot about city council, and this is a tough job, and I think you guys, I'm in the military and I like standardization, and I think the code and the draft that they're making, you guys are going in the right direction. Councilman Fleming's last thing, the only comment I had was like in my park, I have a 5-acre park. I have room to expand. Am I going to be allowed to expand on a 5-acre park if there's a 10-acre minimum? I guess that, I don't understand the law. I just want to make sure I'm protected from that.
Right.
But just to go over real quick what happened, about a year ago, right when this hit the thing, I decided we got some oil business going on in San Angelo. Took a little nest egg that my family had from being in the military. I had to take a partner. My partner happened to be a judge up in Lubbock. We bought a park on St. Anne Street, over by where your city terminals are. If you look on the last pages, I've put some pictures in there to kind of show you where it is. It's on Bell and St. Anne, over where the city dead end road where the city facilities are. It's a 4.6 acre park. Okay, the new code is for 10 acres minimum. So What I want you to do is ignore the new code. I don't trust that the new code is going to get passed. What I want you to do today is concentrate on the special permit that was approved in 1972 for the park I own. Okay, before we bought this park, we went to the city council and we had them inspect the park for zoning violations. Page 2 of your document is a letter from Planning and Zoning. I'm not here to get anyone in trouble. I think the laws are very hard to understand and very, very difficult to interpret. This, Kevin Boyd did his best. He had voicemails. He said, yep, and at the time of the inspections, there were RVs in my park. And that's why there's pictures of imagery from Google Imagery in there in the back. Okay, so if you read the code, this is before we bought the park. My park did not have any zoning violations. So we had to pay a premium for this park, a premium because of the oil business, and it was an old permit that did not have the 30% limit on RVs in the park. So the owner demanded a premium. Well, we got this document from City Council. We paid that premium. Started hooking up my RV parks, and I got stopped because they said I was over my 30% limit for RVs in a mobile home park. I said, not so sure that applies to me. They checked with the city attorney. She said, no, that rule doesn't apply to you. In fact, you're not allowed any RVs in your park. So when I have on you, if you go to, as a city council, you are not allowed to amend a special permit. But what I'm trying to tell you is there was a typographical error in my special permit, and here's what I would like you guys to vote on today. On page 3 of your packet, you will see the original application for the special permit signed, and it was a special permit for a 40-unit trailer park. Okay? See the term trailer park. That is a very important word. This is what the man applied for, trailer park. Even had a the page after that had the diagram of the park with 43 diagram spaces on it. Third page, I give you a summarization of the 1972 code that the city helped me provide. Special permits that were allowed in 1972, you can read is one down here is a trailer, camp, or park was a special permit that you could apply for. There was no mention of the word mobile home as a special permit in 1972. Okay? I believe it was a synonym, a typo error. I believe there were the minutes from the city were pulled from this meeting. All it said was the motion was passed. The council didn't come up with some new special permit for a mobile home park permit. The only special permit that was available in 1972 was for a trailer park. Somehow, when the permit was typed up, the typing in the park says mobile home park. Okay, now later on in life, that term in 1972, nobody cared. Everyone still calls those parks mobile home parks today. But now that word mobile home park is causing me fits. And according to the city attorney, I am not allowed RVs in it. I'm only allowed mobile homes. Because even though in the current adopting code, if you look, it'll say current San Angelo code, definition 12.1, as used, the term mobile home shall be interpreted to mean and include manufactured home. Even the 30% rule, they said, doesn't apply to me. You're not allowed any RVs in the park. So I was totally shut down after paying a premium, after getting a letter from Planning and Zoning prior to buying this park. I don't know how you could get a special permit in 1972 for a mobile home park when it wasn't even in the code. There were the special permit in the code was defined as a trailer park. And what I would like you today, in case all this other stuff doesn't go through, because you can't amend my permit, is agree to me that there was some type of variance or a typographical clerical error when the permit was passed, that the original permit should have read trailer park instead of mobile home park.
This is another one we're going to have to bring back.
Yeah, this
This does not apply to what we're dealing with
Chad,
today.
it's going to be separate, but
It's separate.
I agree with you.
Totally different thing. You've got an excellent point, but it does not apply to what we're dealing with today.
It does not.
No, it does not. This is gonna have to be brought back.
But I wanted Chad to bring this to the front and ask him to be here today so that we can kind of get a little preface and y'all can understand whenever we're asking for future agenda items that we can put this on here for discussion.
Yes, and we can do that, sir.
The next meeting.
And I appreciate you bringing it forward because it tells you the fallacies of what we're doing here, and it's, words are very important.
Yeah, the wording's very important. Just if you look at your current zoning code, you'll see different definitions of manufactured park and mobile home park when you're talking about your water flood.
Are you willing to bring this back on another?
Yes. Water flood definitions.
Let's bring this back, Chad.
I don't know how that works. Y'all just tell me. So I just come back some other days.
You did right.
Okay.
You did well, sir.
Mayor, if
Yes.
I could, one of the things that's critical is Mr. Countess has been working on this from a time that predates the moratorium. And as we develop a solution, we want it to be clear that he has been working on it for that length of time. And
I've lost a lot of business.
But even if we strike the sentence that Rodney wants to strike, it still doesn't solve his problem.
His separate.
He's an entirely different situation.
Yes and no.
Yeah, it partially applies.
Yeah,
we don't want him to lose his grandfathered status simply because it's taken this long for us to untangle the situation that he's in.
Well, and along with that, it's costing him business because, once again, he was in the process under the understanding that the city had given him to bring his electrical up to date and improve his park, and was stopped on that because of permits, because of the moratorium.
Not the moratorium that the city attorney ruled I wasn't
yeah,
allowed
that-
trailer park.
That's right. The
Or
first
no RVs allowed in my park.
The first stop occurred before the moratorium, so he has
That's
been
true.
working on this
That's true.
from a time frame that predates the moratorium. We want that to be clear, and as we hopefully bring back a solution, that it will be a tailored solution.
Yes.
For this.
This is a special
location.
request for a special situation.
Okay.
And it'll have to be handled like
But
this.
the new code, it may or may not work, but I'd like to be grandfathered under my old special permit as it was correctly should have been written.
And we can do that, sir. Or we can bring it to council for consideration.
Okay.
Yes.
And I think Don will take care of that for you.
Again, Don, though, if we do that last sentence, if we strike that out, I'm saying I think we should do a motion after the motion that's on the table now.
And that'll help, but I don't think it'll
We'll have to
solve
see
his
how it
problem.
goes.
It'll
It's not
start.
going to solve his problem completely.
But it'll solve
But
the-
it actually helps it partially.
Yeah, it'll help it partially. All right, let's have further comment. State your-
Clarification, Mr. Mayor, we're
Yes, sir.
still on number 9?
Yes, sir.
Yes.
We only have 4 left after this one.
That's
Okay.
it.
State your name, you've got 3 to 5, sir.
I'm Howard Schwartz, and I represent Sun Lake Estates and Stardust. Thank you for the opportunity to address you. You met Yanina Markova at the last meeting, and some of you met Brandon Schwartz.
Let me make a statement right now. When we get through with number 9, we're going to take a lunch break because it's already 12:05.
Yeah.
So when we get through with number 9, we're going to take a lunch break. So for those of you that are here that are waiting on something after number 9, we're not going to get to you until after the lunch break and the executive. So
There's no executive today.
there is no executive. Well, it's going to be about, after we break from this, after we get through with number 9, it's going to be at least 45 minutes before we reconvene. So if you're waiting on something after 9, be advised. Go ahead, sir. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt you.
No problem. My wife, Ellen Louise, is here, and the 4 of us, Yanina, Brandon, Ellen Louise, and I, are the managers of a family-owned business. I've reviewed the videos. I commend you on having that available for us, and I studied them very carefully. There are several loose ends from the last meeting, some of which are unclear and some of which need to be addressed. At the last council meeting, there was a comment from a gentleman who stated that any exemption from the ordinance should apply to the current owner only, and that upon transfer, the new owner would have to comply with the new ordinances. We strongly object to this position. We believe that it is the City Council's intent, and it should be the intent, that any legal non-conforming designation run with the property. To hold otherwise adversely impacts our business. For example, if we want to sell the park, a prospective purchaser can look at our current operations, review our books, and know what he or she is getting, and can come up with a decision of whether the price is fair. If a prospective purchaser now has to determine how the new regulations governing parks will affect the business, with the new expenses and other issues, he will want to pay less for the parks. In fact, many potential purchasers would walk away from this uncertainty, limiting our marketing pool. So this alone impacts our business today because it decreases the value of our property. I would suggest that the wording include that if an owner of a currently legal non-conforming park sells the park, the future owner is also exempt from any of the new ordinances. I could pause here and see if
I think Patrick is going to come up and tell us about that. I think they struck that.
Well, what I wanted to clarify was when you're talking about conformities, that relates to the zoning ordinance, and that does, it is an aspect of the parcel, the property in question, and not the ownership.
Well, that may be the intent, but I refer you to the proposed section 4.1608, where it says a person that owns ... a park in existence on the effective date of this ordinance shall be exempt from the provisions. It does not state that any future owner. So I just want to make sure that is the intent of the council, and if it is, and I believe that it is, that the ordinance reflect that, and the proposed section 4.1608 does not reflect that.
So conformity go with the property and not with the person.
Dan Solari, Senior Assistant City Attorney. In order to violate not having a permit, you have to own or operate a park. If you're a transferee and you become an owner or operator of a park that existed before the effective date of the ordinance, you are exempt under that provision because you're an owner or operator as the transferee of a park which came into existence before you acquired it and before this ordinance became into effect. So if you go back to the first section of the ordinance, which says that you have to have the operator's permit, it's the owner or the operator that's required to have the permit. And therefore, the exemption applies to the owner or the operator. It could be the owner or the operator on the effective date of the ordinance, or it could be a later transferee. But it's the fact that the park existed on the effective date of the ordinance that the exemption applies. But who it applies to the current owner.
With all...
So I can see the problem you've got.
All due respect, I believe that does not protect us. The wording as current does not go to the potential new purchaser. And I think a simple change in the wording to reflect that would help us and make some clarity. I think this could be construed and would be construed to say the new owner is not exempt.
I know that on property, if we do a CG on property, that CG stays with the property from now on, regardless of who owns it. So is that the same thing that's going to apply to this?
That's correct. The existence of the park doesn't change on a transfer, and the owner or the operator of a park that existed before the effective date of the ordinance is exempt from needing to get the permit. The owner could be yourself today, Next year, you might sell it. That new person is still an owner of a park that existed prior to the effective date of the ordinance, and therefore is exempt from that owner required to get an operator's permit.
Well, he's just asking for clarifying language that says that.
Well, it does say, that's exactly what it says.
I respectfully disagree. It does not say that.
Well,
I
think that, couldn't we just solve this problem by just saying, a person that owns and permits the operation of, or future owner or operator.
That would be fine, that would be fine.
Yeah, or
Then-
future
No problem.
operator. You know what I'm saying? I'm just trying to
Then
make
take
this,
care
I'm trying
of
to
it.
move
Yes.
this along.
Right.
I gotta go to the
Okay.
restroom.
But right, that's not really a change, that's a clarification.
Yeah,
But
let's-
I
let's
wanted
just
to
do
make
that.
sure
Let's
that
make
the
it easy
council,
where it
that
clarifies
was the,
that.
that's the
Add the
intent of the
language.
language there.
Add the
Got a
language.
motion and a second on this already?
No,
No,
we've
he
got a
asked for the
motion
other
before.
one to be done. I want that last sentence out. Let's see if we can do it.
And you've got about a minute left, sir. We've used most of your time up.
Okay, since this is a complex issue and everybody has spent thousands of hours and it affects so many people, I would appreciate if you can indulge me, a couple of minutes.
Council, let him go. Another couple of minutes.
I have no problem.
Do you have more?
Yes.
Okay, 3 more?
2 minutes.
Okay, the other issue as pertains to the current park owners is the issue of legally non-conforming. And my understanding of the current language is that the current language for legally non-conforming on page 2 of the 19, it's the effective date of Chapter 12, Exhibit A zoning ordinance on January 4, 2000, and which does not conform to the regulations of the district in which it is situated. The issue of 2000, if we allow that to be the definition of legal non-conforming, it would leave anything between 2000 and the date of approval of the ordinance in limbo as to whether the parks are actually legally non-conforming. Now, part of what disturbs me is that Yanina 2 weeks ago brought this issue up specifically, and that has not been addressed by the planning staff. As a matter of fact, we have reached out to the planning staff for that we would be happy to help with the input, and despite what staff says today, nobody has ever contacted us and in fact has kind of rejected any input that we've had to offer. But I think that this date is so critical that it needs to be drafted properly so that legal non-conforming for the parks is as of right now and not as of 2000. I have other issues with the ordinance, but these are the two main ones that absolutely pertain to us. And as you said, you didn't want to hurt us, and I believe these two ordinances hurt us and the existing park owners. I'd be happy to deal with the other issues, but I know you have some pressure of time, and I could comment on other issues if you'd like.
I believe if we strike that, we'll take care of that problem, won't we, Rodney?
Why did we put 2,000?
I don't believe that was amended. The last time that there was a comprehensive amendment of the zoning ordinance, that is the date. And so that's what's in the ordinance, and it hasn't been changed, okay?
Can we?
That's why that's in
So for clarification purposes, we could say today.
I mean, we're not going to go back and change anything that happened
No,
since
it's
2000.
it's all been happened anyways. I
So
would
let's say
think. So-
today's date, make it 2/14.
Okay, we can put that in there, but the reason that it's there the way that it is because that was not changed.
But I don't think it would really affect us if we changed it to today. I think it will be all right. And I know
Well,
that the trailer, the park owners are happy if we change it to today, correct?
It just depends on when the
Yeah, that's why they weren't opposed to it. That's why they weren't opposed to it. They
Right.
talked to me beforehand.
Right.
They were fine with that date. I'm not.
Well, the problem that I see is that anything that happens in the future, we say that, well, the park is legally non-conforming, and somebody says, well, you're really not, because, you know, you might have been at 2000, but anything that you did between 2000 and today, you know, is not legally non-conforming.
Did you do something to that park between then and now?
Well, I'm sure we've done a lot. We've upgraded all the parks with permits
But
and
you have to do
everything.
permits.
But I don't want anybody to come later on and say, you know, you're not truly legally non-conforming because you didn't get approval from council for anything that you did.
You didn't have to go to council. You just went to the permit department.
Well, legal counsel.
There's probably a crew out there right now as we speak. I'm kidding. So, we're gonna change the date?
I don't
mean,
know.
Let's move on. Let's.
Well, we got to vote on Winky's deal first.
Yeah,
and
we're still voting on accepting this. We do have a motion, we do have a second. So everything we're talking about, we should be talking about, pertains to number 9, which is the fees. And then everything else is.
No, it's not just the fees. I mean, it's.
Yeah, I know.
Yeah, okay.
It's very complex.
There's more than fees, and it was
Yeah,
mentioned that there's some opposition to fees. In a way, the whole prospect is discriminatory because other operations that are very similar, residential subdivisions are not subject to fees. I can show you pictures of Sun Lake Estates, and it's indistinguishable from most of the subdivisions, residential subdivisions in the community. Garden apartment complexes are competition for residents. They're not subject to any fees. The same health and safety regulations apply. In a way, this makes mobile home parks second-class citizens in the residential market. So that's an issue with the fees themselves, plus the fact that if the fees are just for a permit, $600 plus $5 a space, I calculated for the 5 to 10 minutes that it takes to do the registration administratively, it comes out to between $10,000 and $20,000 an hour. And the council has said that fees should be a reasonable approximation of the amount of time and money that the city has to spend. So both from a discriminatory basis and a financial basis, I think the fee situation should be looked at a little bit more carefully before you go into that. Thank you.
Any further comment? State your name. You got 5 minutes, and I'm watching
I
the
don't
clock.
need 5, Mayor. I'm Marshall Grace, and Angelo KOA. If you look at all of this 4.1608, you'll notice that everything but this last sentence is stricken. And that's from our work with Alicia, Mr. Howard, and this gentleman, and AJ. We support it. If we just strike the last sentence, I have no problem.
Thank you. Anybody else?
Mayor, Council, I'm Lee Brown, the Spring Creek Marina and RV Park out at Lake Nasworthy. The reason I would like the last sentence to be stricken is because if you do develop more sites, I have 12 plus acres out there. If I have 12 plus acres, the whole idea is to have an RV park on 12 plus acres. So I'm not changing the intent of the RV park. I'm not changing the intent of what's going on in the boundaries. The problem I have is if I add sites, okay, right now if I want to upgrade sites, that's not a problem because they're existing, I rent them, I'm just wanting to upgrade them. If I add to the number of sites that I have, For example, at this time, I have 84 sites. If I go by the rulings and the rules that are being submitted by the ordinance, I'm actually allowed 120. So 36 more sites I'm allowed. However, the area that I would use to try to I'm not going to say expand, that I would like to move more sites to is actually closer to a residential area. If I have to get an operator's permit, I am within that 1,000 feet. Therefore, I would have to come back and ask for a variance. I'm already have my boundaries set. Why can't I just go ahead and continue building my RV park like I want? The other thing is the vested part. Okay, I think I'm vested. I'm not getting into legal terms, but I feel like I'm vested because I've been there 16 years operating it the same way, day in, day out, trying to increase the viability of the park. The business plan is to continue to increase and add to the RV park, whether it be park models or whether it be RV sites. I'm not changing the business plan. I'm not doing anything different. The problem is my 1,000 feet setback, having to comply with the new permit. A problem would be investing. Why didn't you go ahead and just put it in your plan and go ahead and start doing it? Well, if it's taken me 16 years to get this far, I'm not going to come to the city and start putting in permits 6 months ago to try to outrun a deal because I have time limits on permits. The city requires that if I am granted a permit, I'm only allowed 12 months or so. The permit has to be completed. So it's really a moot point to try to turn in permits, try to beat this deadline. All I'm asking is that I don't have to go for an operator's permit. I don't have a problem going with the new ordinances. We had a very successful meeting, I think, last Wednesday with the planning. I don't have a problem with the new rules. I just don't feel like I need to have to go for an operator's permit, which changes the way I operate my business. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else? Motion has been made that we accept this as presented. It has been seconded. We have had council comment. We have had public comment. I'm going to call for the vote. All for those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, nay?
Nay.
Nay. Nays, raise your hand. 1, 2, 3, 4. Somebody want to make a motion then to clarify this?
I'd like to make a motion that we accept this ordinance as written with the following exceptions. Under the, the exemption for pre-existing parks, the paragraph should read, a person or future owner that owns and permits the operation of or is in control of and operates a park in existence on the effective date of this ordinance shall be exempt from the provisions of this article with respect to the operations of such park. And then strike the whole last sentence. The other change is change the date from 2000.
January 4th, 2000.
January 4th, 2000 to today's date. April 1st, 2014.
Let me just, I'm sorry, I'll get back to the mic. That actually is not part of item 9.
Which one's not part of item 9?
The motion that you're making in terms of the reference is actually part of a later item. So actually, item 9 only speaks to the issue related to fees, so actually you would only be acting on that. That's so your motion wouldn't, that wouldn't relate to the.
So we just talked about this whole thing for this whole time?
No, I mean, what we were doing was having a broad discussion about all of the items related to all of the issues 9, 10, 11, and 12, because they obviously have, they obviously are all interrelated. However, the action on the motion on 9 would only speak to the issue of the fees, if we're going to go ahead and move for a motion.
So that means we're going to have to do all this all over again on another one?
Well, at least we already know what,
Yeah.
we already know what that motion's gonna be also. So.
We know what the motion will be when we get there.
Yeah.
Okay. Well, I don't like the fees, so I'm still going to vote against it. Anybody want to make a motion?
What is the motion? For number 9?
Try it again, Rodney.
I'm not doing a motion on number 9.
I move to approve item number 9. That's written.
I'll second that.
Let's do it again. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
How many said aye?
3.
All in favor, all opposed say nay.
Nay.
Gonna have to bring it back again. And now, it is 12:27, and we're gonna call, 45 minutes ought to do it, shouldn't it? We ought to be back here by, right after 1, we'll be back. Call him. All right, it is 1:17, and I think it's time to get this started again. We have already made it to number 10 on our agenda.
Yes, we have. And
Number 10, and I think we're just going to do one at a time here. So let's not do an overview. Let's just do number 10. And I think possibly the discussion we had on number 9 will possibly work on the rest of them. But
correct. And number 9 previous discussion did impact subsequent.
Yeah.
So
yeah. I think
it'll expedite it.
we don't have to do that all over again.
Absolutely.
Number 10 says, second hearing, consideration, adopting an ordinance of the City of San Angelo, Texas, amending the Code of Ordinances of the City of San Angelo by amending Chapter 12, Planning and Development by repealing Article 12, 200, entitled Manufactured Housing Parks in its entirety, and amending Chapter 4, entitled Building and Construction by adding a new Article 4, 1600, entitled Mobile Home Park, Manufactured Housing Park, Recreational Vehicle Park Annual Operator's Permit, requiring an annual operator's permit, providing for an application and inspection process, providing for annual renewal, providing for a grace period, providing for variance, providing for transfer, requiring a guest register, providing for notice of violation, providing for appeal, providing for penalty, providing this ordinance shall be cumulative, providing a severability clause, and providing the publication in the city's official newspaper. Patrick Howard, you are on, sir.
Okay, most of this discussion occurred at the last meeting where there was some change in the fees for operators, permits, and the like, and so subsequently, there has been no real discussion or with the industry owners regarding the specifics of the annual operators permit. So there was no substantive change to this from the previous meeting.
Council?
So when you say transfer on there, is that transfer of ownership or transfer of when they're staying in there, like when a resident is coming in to stay in there in this item?
You're talking about transfer ownership. It's part of what the previous discussion about the requirements for ownership in terms of the rights and what that means. So we're talking about the actual owners of the property.
Okay.
Charlotte?
Well, just reading, this was a 3-3 vote last time, and we're only 5 members today. Right now, we don't have to. Is it something that we should move on with, or postpone until we have, at least one more council member?
We're already going to redo number 9 next time
Right.
because we were 3-3.
And, this one,
Well, yeah, I was going to say, if that's the case, maybe we need to table all these till we get the other 2, or I don't know what the timeline is, Patrick, for yourself.
We need to act on 11 and 12 at a minimum.
Okay.
11 and 12?
At a minimum, 11 and 12. And
Well,
however,
we're on
again,
number 10.
I still don't like the annual permit, so not to existing park, so I guess I'm still against it.
Well, in looking at and going back and reading, there's been committees meeting since January 2013. And I certainly don't want to discredit any of the hard work that this committee has been doing, and it's been a lot. I may not personally agree with 1 or 2 things, but I think the recommendations and the changes that have been, is for the benefit of all of San Angelo. So I'm in favor of moving along, but I still would like full council participation.
And Mr. Wardlaw had a water problem. He had a water break at his ranch, and the cattle have no water, so he had no choice. He had to go.
What about, which item specifically addresses the one that Rodney?
Item number 11.
Okay.
Was it both items or under Item number 11?
Well, the language that you specifically spoke to was item 11.
Okay.
Yeah.
How do the park owners feel about number 10? Mr. Schwartz?
Number 10.
Number 10?
Number 10.
Thank you. First of all, I have to say that I really enjoyed the part of the meeting where we had the girls' basketball team more than this part of the meeting.
Now, in retrospect, that was the highlight.
That was the highlight of the meeting. It doesn't affect us, as I understand it, but in fairness, as an asset class, if you're not having fees for residential communities, if you're not having it for apartment complexes, it singles out manufactured housing developments as second-class citizens. And in a little bit, it does affect us because we provide affordable housing, and any additional costs have to be borne by somebody. And it's not a major thing, but in a way it is discriminatory that you are singling out for these kinds of fees new manufacturing parks. Now, as I've stated to some of you, I doubt if there's going to be a new one because of the economics around the country, that nobody's building new parks. But I think that you really ought to consider whether you should single out mobile home parks and RV parks for special fees when it doesn't apply to other businesses in town. Thank you.
I agree with you. Charlotte?
Well, I just wanted to clarify something that a few years ago, and probably you and Johnny and myself are aware of, that we were looking at fees and no fees at the entire city in the various departments and stuff that we were not charging for. So we had been putting fees in various places to cover the expenses of the staff and their work. And there's legal fees that go into all of this research, the planning department, the engineers and stuff that is involved. And if you're a citizen out there and you're having to get these opinions rendered from professionals, you pay a fee. Sure. And the city was literally giving away all of these services and this time, and no other place can you go, not even another city, and there is not a charge for the fees. I mean, the staff's time, there's a certain amount of it because you're a city and it's done, but that's why when things started coming up and moving along and trying to find areas that is income to the city and not just a burden, fees were put in place. And there was I didn't bring it with me today, but Michael, I believe your department prepared a graph of the various, planning, engineering, the various specialists, that, and the amount of time that is spent on all of these things, and that's how we came up with the fee. So I just wanted to clarify that we're not picking on the manufactured agency.
The fees were in 9, though. We've already voted on that 3-3. What we're talking about 10 is an annual operator's permit.
I understand that's still a fee that is growing.
That's the fee for it. And Charlotte, I agree with you up to a point. The thing about it is you also have to get services for taxes. And, here again, we're imposing something that they aren't asking for, and we're charging them for it. And I have a problem with that. I don't think as a city that we should say, okay, you have to do this and you have to pay us for doing it. So, I mean, that's where my problem comes in. I have no problem if they need an electrical inspection paying for it. But just for us to go out there and force an inspection on them and then force them to pay for it, that makes no sense to me.
We don't do it to the apartment buildings. We don't do it to anyone else. Why would we do it to them?
If I may, I think the concern of the committee was the enforcement, and I think that the idea was if in fact we are to likely follow through on ensuring compliance, then there needed to be some sort of annual revalidation of what actually is on the ground. And so that's, I believe, the impetus for why this came about.
Someone want to make a motion, we'll vote on this. I'm going to vote against it because I don't think it's fair to single these people out. But I'm waiting.
I move that we not charge any fees. And, you know, here again, kind of along those same lines, I don't think they need annual inspections.
I don't either.
No.
I mean, I think.
We have code enforcement in place for that.
Right.
They're inspected every time they put an electric, they're inspected every time they do anything, and that's the way it ought to be. But
Yeah.
there's no reason to inspect them annually if they don't have any changes.
Right.
And they
It's
can
just
be
an added
reported.
burden.
If somebody thinks there's something wrong, they can
Yeah,
report it to the city.
send code. Code officers can go out and check on a problem if something's reported. We don't charge anybody else an annual fee and make an annual inspection. Why should we do it to them?
That's my problem.
I mean, we don't do it to the motels and the hotels in town or the apartments.
Item 10,
Item 10.
second hearing.
Did you finish your motion?
I thought I was.
You would?
I meant to.
Maybe not.
Mayor, if I may?
Yes, sir.
I think the permit and the inspection that went with it was the committee's attempt to try to address what appeared to be a concern on council about the condition of parks. And one of the things they were clear on is let's don't make rules and then have no way to determine whether anybody's following them. So that was their part to add some teeth or some enforcement capability to rules that you might pass. That was simply their effort to be sure that what you wanted to happen was actually happening.
That's an awful broad stroke, though. I can think of some apartment buildings in town that you could apply that same rule to.
You're right, and they pointed that out to us, that there were more areas that could use additional resources to assist with making sure that rules were being followed, and but this was their attempt to satisfy your desire to make sure rules were followed.
Finish your motion, Don. Let's vote on this.
Move against accepting item 10 and ordinance amending the code of ordinances for chapter 12.
Somebody want to second
I'll
this?
second that motion.
We do have a motion. We do have a second. Any further council discussion? Do I have anything else from the public?
If we vote this down, are we going to be able to re-vote on this? Because I'm for this, but not with the fees.
Not under his motion.
I know, his motion, you're just saying to do away with it.
Okay, let me try that.
You know what I'm
one more
saying?
time.
I'm
Yeah.
trying to.
Yeah, I hadn't thought about that.
I'm
but you're
for the
right.
ordinance and the way it's written, but
Right.
I'm with you on the fees. I don't
Why
like.
why do we need it? Why are you for the motion? We don't do it to anyone else in town, so
No.
why would we single mobile home parks out?
No, I'm not
for all
for-
these inspections annually.
I'm not for the fees or the inspections, but there's other language that's written in there.
Well, I don't guess I see it then.
Yeah, they have to apply for a new permit. They're going to have to, for a new existing site, they're going to have to apply, and we're going to have to look at that existing site and make sure that it's correct. That I am for, but the annual deal.
Well, it's what it says is an annual operator's permit,
Right.
application and inspection, annual renewal, providing for variance, providing for transfer, requiring a guest register, providing for notice of violation, providing the ordinance shall be cumulative. Everything is just an addition, an add-on.
Well, the requirement for a guest register, I believe, is in place at this time, so we can see how many days they're staying. Am I not correct there?
That would be part of the requirement for the operator's permit.
No, that's on here, but I think at this time we even do that. You have to have a guest register at a park. Is that right, Marshall?
It's not a current requirement of the city.
I could have swore that it was. I thought I'd read that it was a requirement.
All right, let me adjust my motion. I move that we do away with permits and fees for existing parks
How about the annual inspection?
and annual inspections. And anything else that we need to throw out of there. Right.
Okay. And the exception would be the annual operator's permit, the fee
Fee.
for the permit,
Yes.
and the annual inspection.
Inspections, yes.
Park owners, can we live with it if we take those three out?
If we bring back the girls' basketball team,
That was still a highlight.
Do I need to pull my second and then?
You want to re-second the new motion?
Yeah, I just.
We do have a second, and we do have a motion to adopt it with the exception of the permit, with the exception of the fees, with the exception of the yearly annual inspection. Is that right, Don?
Yes, sir.
I'm sorry, for clarity, are you saying that the annual operator's permit would be removed because that's the essence of number 10 is the actual annual operator's permit with those specific requirements included within those?
Yes. They're operating. Why do they need a permit? They've been operating
Why do they need to be inspected every year?
for existing.
You're just putting burdens on an existing business that before we vote on this, they did not have. There's no reason to burden them.
Well, I think there's an important distinction. This is for existing, is that correct?
Existing, yes.
But the
If we have a
requirements,
new, then
these requirements would be in place for new parks, but not for existing? Is that what you're saying?
I'm just trying to read what
And
we
just
did
for
last
clarification as
meeting.
well, the concern was having a requirement, again, similar to what the concern was for number 11, is that we were making a requirement for a business and not for an existing, maybe a potential new business and not for an existing business. So in effect, I think we have legal concerns about the idea of requiring an operator's permit for a new business when an existing business of the same type would be in operation without the requirement for a permit. So that's why it remains as it is.
But there's nothing in here that excludes existing parks. This is
Correct.
a blanket ordinance. Nothing says this does not apply to existing.
And it would in fact apply to existing parks.
Good, I like your motion, Don.
Okay.
I was just reading the red down here. It said that what we did, we directed staff to work with Lee Brown from Spring Creek Marina to modify definitions outlined in the proposed. And we generally approved in consensus eliminating the proposed fee associated for transfer of new parks, modified the proposed fees associated with the annual operating permit for new parks or expansion of existing parks outside the original footprint from 425 to 1,000. Number 3, modifying the proposed fee.
You're back on number 9, Charlotte.
No, I'm reading what's attached to it.
Reading the staff report, and those address 9 through 12.
But 10 is annual operating permit. Nothing in there about fees except for the application and inspection process and the fee for that.
Okay.
Yes, sir.
If I may, for clarity's sake, I'm uncertain about Mr. Vardaman's motion. Can we get clarity on whether that is just for existing parks or in deference to legal's opinion that the rules should be the same?
Let's do away with all of it.
I agree.
Is that clear?
Yeah, it's clear to me.
I'm having trouble keeping up on what the impact is to the ordinance, so you may have to help us with that, but at least we've got consistency now, right?
Right, there was some, again, with number 10 and 11, some desire to apply the standards only to new parks. Again, the legal concern was that it needed to be applied across the board, and so therefore they remain as proposed to apply to both new and existing parks.
Well, since we don't want it in existing, if we can't have it in existing and new, then do away with it.
Patrick, is there a 20 words or less summary you can give us about what the essence of 10 and 11 is so that we all can kind of get on the same page? Or 25 words?
How about 30?
30 would work.
Now, well, and in fact, again, my understanding from the committee was there was a desire, obviously, to put in place some internal controls, and with that, you'd have the requisite ability to do that through the annual operator's permit process. And so, what's before you is language suggesting how that would how would that be carried out. That's essentially what is the essence of number 10, and we've had a long discussion about the language in number 11 about the requirement for, as far as exemptions are concerned, and I think that there's probably clarity on that. But as it relates to number 10, the concern again was providing a requirement that did not apply to both new and existing, and again, that's why it remains as it is.
Well, with this motion, that'll take care of that.
Marshall, do you have a comment? I'm going to give you about 3 minutes, then we're going to take a vote.
I just need a little clarity. This passage is up here, is this in reference to number 10?
No, it's 11. That's 11.
Okay, so that's not even in this one?
No.
Okay, but if it gets down to this one, and this is adopted.
That is in the permit ordinance, which is the one you're under consideration. It's, section 16.408.
Can't hear you.
Dan Solari, Senior Assistant City Attorney. I believe if you, can you scroll this down to the top of the section?
What my question is,
Because
if
you're on
you
the,
vote
you're on the
this,
permit ordinance.
does it remove us from the total ordinance?
Yeah, there it is. 41608 is the permit ordinance. So what you're talking about on applying to existing parks, only with what's proposed, only expansion would apply these rules to an existing park. You're saying that you want to delete the expansion, so then existing parks would not be subject to the permit for their current use or for any expansion, the way that you're looking at it.
I don't believe I have ever seen a more convoluted set of ordinances than these.
No, it's
I
confusing.
I can't say that enough.
So-
This is so convoluted.
So that
that-
paragraph
that
does
is-
apply to number 10.
It does apply to number 10, this section 4, or this 416, Article 41600.
Right.
Is the operating permit ordinance. It's not zoning,
Hey,
it's
Dan,
not
would you please
subdividing. Yeah, it's not zoning, it's not subdividing. You have two separate ordinances for that. Fees that are imposed in this ordinance are in the fee schedule, so it is linked to the fee ordinance that you voted on.
That's all it is. It's just
But it's independent, all on its own. It's just a permit for operation of any of these parks. It would exempt existing parks, and it would also exempt those parks now for expansion, because you've taken that sentence out.
Well, we're about to. We haven't done it yet.
Okay, but if you vote on it the way that you've stated that you
Hopefully.
want that taken out, then that would exempt existing parks even for future expansion,
Right.
like Mr. Brown had
Right.
indicated. Other regular permits that they might need for electric or sewer, they would still have to get, but they wouldn't come under this operating permit. They would not need to get the operating permit even if they expand.
Can I make a suggestion?
That's what I was headed for.
Why don't we lump 10, 11 together, because we've already done 9, and then do the reading like I said, changing that, say we accept those ordinances as written and presented, except for we take out the line there, we change the date over there, and take out the fees for all existing and new.
But then you still have to have the permit.
Well, we want them to have the permit at the very beginning. I mean, that's just.
But it's not an annual operating
No, we don't want them.
permit.
We don't want them to have that.
See,
I don't.
We
want
need to
them-
follow through on Don's motion to clear it up, and then we can straighten it up in 11.
Yeah.
Can I
But
ask-
I want to make sure we don't vote on 10 and we pass by without saying that, striking that one sentence out.
Well, we
I
can
mean, that
strike,
one-
we can strike that, we can strike that in 11.
Well,
We can
it
go-
will be struck in my motion.
Yeah, I think it will be.
I
I think
just
it's
want-
all, they're all together is the problem.
I want to clarify what I'm
Okay,
reading,
I
what
told
I
him 11.
studied. Page 13 of 19, which you're taking the exemption of pre-existing parks. And Patrick, please tell me if I'm reading it wrong. I'm understanding that everything that a line is drawn through has been stricken. And what it says is a person that owns and permits the operation of or is in control of and operates a park in existence on the effective date of this ordinance shall be exempt from the provisions of this article with respect to the operation of such park. This exemption shall not apply with respect to the operation of a park developed or expanded after the effective date of this ordinance. Am I on the right page?
That's
Is it-
correct. And I stand corrected. We as been clarified, that this this section does apply to 10 and not to 11. The similar language in section of the subdivision ordinance that speaks to similarly what we discussed here. So this, in fact, is the area that we need to be addressing. So the idea that was discussed about the removal of language about exemptions would be discussed at this time.
So
You
your
wanna amend your motion,
so your
Don?
motion, leave your motion the way it was, and then add what I read earlier, which was just add a person that owns or future owner and permits the operation of or is in control of and operates a park in the existence of on the effective date of this ordinance shall be exempt from the provisions of this article with respect to the operation of such park. Period.
You want to add that to what you've already
Before,
stated?
Mayor, before he amends his motion.
Strike all the last.
Can we listen to what Candy has to add real quick?
It's worked on the committee, yes.
We do
Please.
have a motion from Don. He has amended it to include the language that Rodney brought forward. Do you want to second that amended motion?
Yes.
Well, now we'll listen to Candy.
The blind leading the blind.
Now, don't make this complicated.
I'm going to uncomplicate it for you,
Okay.
Mayor. Candy Poole, I was on the committee for this, what you think is a complicated document, and it's really not. Correct me if I'm wrong, but at your last meeting, you made a motion to exempt existing parks from everything.
Yeah.
This was about new.
Yeah.
Brand new. So that's why all of this is stricken, because we took it out. You took out the fees, you said everything. You took out, by exempting from this ordinance, existing parks, correct me if I'm wrong, you took out fees, you took out all the requirements of new, you took out all the requirements of anything they would have to do as far as adding to or expanding. They don't go, this is all for brand new. And so if you look at it like that, the motion that Don's making is irrelevant. It doesn't go with what's going on right now. This is for new because you've already taken care of existing parks. That would be my comments.
The problem is our agenda item today and the way the agenda is written.
Is it not already, you've got it all off of there, and this is all the existing. If you read on page 12, if you start at the top, Mayor, it says exemptions for existing parks. All of that has been stricken, all down to that one sentence. So it's not about existing parks, it's about new.
And that's the problem. It is not on our agenda that way. The agenda item does not say that. The agenda item does not differentiate between existing and new. I read all number 10. It says nothing about existing or new. So we've got one set of rules over here, and we got another set of rules on the agenda, and all we're trying to do is straighten this agenda item up, because this is what has been read into public
record.
We have got to make it. We have got to make this agenda item work.
And that that last sentence, though, Candy, we won off there. The park owners,
Sure,
I've talked
and
to
I
them.
understand, I'm not
Okay.
talking about that last sentence. I'm just talking about that whole, that's the only thing
Right.
left
No,
here. But the only thing I would say to that about being on the agenda, if you want to call it incorrectly, if it doesn't differentiate between existing and new, it should have, because I believe that you took care of exempting existing parks last time.
Thank you, Candy.
Do you need any help in explaining?
No, I just need some good wording on my agenda.
Okay.
I need wording on the agenda to meet
Right.
to meet what the draft says, and it
Right,
doesn't.
it does, because it's about that subject matter, and the Open Meetings Act requires us to post notice of the subject matter. And so, indeed, we could put more descriptive words, as you wish, into the
I think Don's motion will
item,
take care of it.
but it is the substance which carries the day.
We've had a motion, we've had a second. I'm going to call for the vote if there's not any further comment from the public. Everybody knows what the motion says.
So we're not-
Restate the motion.
Did we put the date in there also, that today's date?
Do you want that in here?
Do you
That this-
care? No?
Yes.
Add the date,
Yes.
April 1, 2014?
restate the motion.
Okay, just for clarification, let's state it one more time the way we want it. Don and Rodney might have to work together on this.
Okay, after all these changes, this is what I have, and please let me know if I did not get this right. I put motion to adopt the ordinance as presented, with the exception of deleting permit fees and annual inspection on park developments, amending page 13 and 9, deleting that last sentence, this exemption, and I just quoted it, and changing the date.
And it's future owner. It said that, first of that line, it says the person that owns and future
Correct.
owner.
And I just put that in quotes as
Okay.
that will be stricken.
Thank you.
Okay. Is that correct?
Is that correct?
Yes.
I'm good.
You still, you still good with it, Johnny,
Sure.
on your second? Okay. You understand it, Charlotte? Well, there's only one of us up here that doesn't understand it. That'd be me. Let's call for the vote. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, nay. Put a 5-0 on it. Let's move on to number 11, which is the first public hearing, consideration of introducing an ordinance, City of San Angelo, amending the Code of Ordinances, of the City of San Angelo, amending Chapter 12, Exhibit C, Land Development Subdivision Ordinance. Number 1, amending Chapter 3, entitled Definitions, by redefining certain terms and defining newly added terms. Number 2, amending Chapter 4, entitled Classification of Subdivisions, by amending Chapter 2, entitled Minor Subdivisions or Re-subdivision, adding a provision for certain subdivisions laying out spaces for manufactured housing, parks, mobile home parks, recreational vehicle parks. Number 3, amending Chapter 5, entitled Procedural Requirements for Processing Subdivisions. Section 3, entitled The Stages of Development Review, by restating Subpart B, Minor Subdivisions, to add a process for plat approval of manufactured housing park, mobile home park, recreational vehicle park spaces. And number 4, amending Chapter 9, entitled Subdivision Design Policies. Section 1, entitled Lots, by restating Paragraph 1, Zoning Requirements, Subpart B, Lot Dimensions. Amending Section 3, entitled Streets and Roads. Subpart A, General Design Guidelines. Restating Paragraph 1, Public Access. Providing for access to park spaces from internal streets, and adding a new Paragraph 7 entitled Manufactured Home Park, Mobile Home Park, Recreational Vehicle Park Development, providing paving standards and prohibiting primary access from certain streets, and amending Section 8 entitled Street Name Signs by adding provision for street signage on internal subdivision streets, providing a severability clause, providing for an effective date. Brother Howard.
Okay. Well, this is where we probably had most of the feedback from the industry professionals about, in reference to size of spaces, terminology, and the like. So they may want to comment on such, but I think that what we provided to you is a representation of what they felt like was appropriate in terms of language related to, again, the layout of spaces and some of the terms that we had previously been using. That's it in summary.
Counsel? I'm not making I guess we're back to you, Rodney. You comfortable with it?
I guess so. Yeah.
Park owners, y'all
I
comfortable
am.
with this?
I'll move to approve as presented.
I'll second that.
Any other comment? Council? Public?
Public.
If I have a public, yes, sir.
You have public. Mayor, Council, I'm Lee Brown, the Spring Creek Marina and RV Park. I just do want to tell you that we did meet last Wednesday, March 26th, with Patrick, Al with permits, AJ, Dan, Lisa, and we also had 2 representatives from KOA. We had the Mike Atkinson, the Senior Business Development Consultant and Park Model Business Director from Billings, Montana. We had Marshall Gray and myself sitting all at a round table. We had good feedback on both sides. Anything that we objected to, they wanted to know how the language would make us happy. They fed back on how language should be done legally and what have you. And when we left the table, as far as I'm concerned, items 11 and 12 were satisfactory when we left. The only things I found was maybe some typographical errors yesterday, but I pointed that out.
But as far as philosophical and operation, then everything. Oh, the thing I did want to point out, Mike Atkinson, after the meeting, has experience of meeting with councils and city governments all over the nation. And he said he has never met with a city staff that was more cooperative. And he was very complimentary on the meeting that we had Wednesday. So, thank you.
Well, if you boys are happy with it, I'm happy with it.
That's what we wanted to hear.
Yes.
Howard Schwartz. I just want to mention that in any future things that affect mobile home parks, that we be included. But I also want to recommend and encourage you to direct the planning staff to work more closely with the Texas Manufactured Housing Association, the TMHA, and especially with DJ Pendleton, the executive director, who is a very knowledgeable attorney. He's very easy to work with, and he has worked with many cities on ordinances. And I just want to direct your attention to this. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Any further public comment on this? I'm going to call for the vote. A motion has been made, Charlotte, that we accept it as written. Johnny has seconded this. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, nay. Put a 5-0 on that. Number 12, first public hearing, consideration of introducing an ordinance to the City of San Angelo, amending the Code of Ordinances of the City of San Angelo, amending Chapter 12, Exhibit A, zoning and ordinance by number 1, amending Chapter 3, amending Article 3, use regulations, Section 310, use table, restating that part of the use table designated residential use categories, group living. Number 2, amending Article 3, use regulations, Section 313, residential use categories, Subpart A, group living, expanding the definition of group living. Number 3, amending Article 4, specific use standards by redesignating Chapter 407 as campground RV parks, establishing standards for the use and development of campground recreational vehicle parks. Number 4, renumbering Sections 407 as 408, and renumbering Sections 408 through 425 as Sections 409 through 426 respectively. Number 5, amending Article 4, specific use standards, Section 415, manufactured housing park standards, restating manufactured housing park standards. Number 6, amending Article 5, general development standards, Section 501, residential district standards, Subpart A, residential district regulations, modifying lot size and density requirements. Number 7, amending Article 5, general development standards, Section 509, fences, Subpart B, height standards for required privacy fences. Part 3, maximum height and required front yards, adding exceptions for MHP and MHS zoning districts, and special use campground RV parks. Number 8, amending Article 8, definitions, Section 804, defined parks, adding definitions, providing a cumulative clause, providing a severability clause, providing an effective date. Brother Howard.
Okay, as part of the same discussion, we added additional language as the caption read about some of the clarifications that need to be made. The other thing I would mention is we obviously added a definition for workforce housing, and as it was also mentioned, the issue of adding group living and restating that in the use matrix. So that's essentially the sum of what occurred in at number 12.
Council, give me something.
I move that we accept the ordinance as written.
Second.
Got a motion, got a second. Do I have anything from the public? You boys happy with this? Brown? Do I have a motion or do I have a second? If I have no public comment, I'm going to call for the vote. The motion is to accept it as presented, has been seconded. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, nay. Drop a 5-0 on that one, please. And now, we are at number 13, which is the first public hearing, consideration of introducing an ordinance, amending Chapter 12, Exhibit A, zoning and ordinance of the Code of Ordinances of the City of San Angelo, Z 1403, BP Surface Solutions, LLC. An ordinance amending Chapter 12, Exhibit A of the Code of Ordinances of the City of San Angelo, Texas, which said Exhibit A of Chapter 12 adopts zoning regulations, use district zoning map in accordance with the comprehensive plan by changing the zoning classification of the following properties to wit, unaddressed tracts located approximately 95 foot west of the intersection of South Chadbourne and FM 765, more specifically, being 71.156 acres out of land comprised of 0.320 acre out of the CF Potter Survey 160 abstract number 7278 and 70.836 acres out of the LP Moore Survey 169 1/2 abstract number 1637 in southwest San Angelo. changing the zoning classification from R&E, ranch and estates, to light manufacturing, ML district, providing for severability, providing a penalty. Brother Howard.
Okay, so I'm going to be very brief. The applicant is requesting light manufacturing for the entire tract of land. However, the vision plan recommendation splits that recommendation for partly commercial and partly ML, and that was the recommendation of staff as well. However, Planning Commission did recommend, offer a recommendation that was consistent with the applicant's recommendation of rezoning the entire parcel to ML.
Is that yours, Rodney, or Johnny?
No, it's
yours?
Well, I went out there. It's not mine, but I went out there, and my comment is going to be totally opposite of my objection earlier. My objection earlier is because single-family residential was involved, and in this area out here, I totally agree with the change, that it fits the area much better than ranch and estates.
Rodney, you want to go one way or another on this?
Yeah, first of all, I move to accept the zone change as written.
Second.
But my objection, or not objection, but my comments on this is that it was R&E, and it is a buffer, and there are houses right across the street by that intersection there. They're the same distance away. Actually, they're closer to it than what that will be. But I think that this zone change should go through. This does fit in with what there is. There is enough buffer there across the street, and that's farming. That's all kind of where you see that half circle. That's all farming land right there. So we have no idea that farming land could end up being housing also. But at this time, I think that we should approve this.
Motion to approve, and you
Second.
seconded. Any comments from the public on this? Any further comment from council? Motion has been made. Do we approve this as presented? All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, nay. Put a 5-0 on that one. Number 14, first public hearing, consideration of introducing an ordinance amending Chapter 12 pertaining to prohibiting separate utility meters for net accessory apartments. An ordinance amending Chapter 12, Exhibit A, zoning ordinance of the Code of Ordinances of the City of San Angelo, Texas, Article 4, specific use standards, Section 401, accessory apartments, by deleting subsection 401.6, prohibiting separate utility meters for accessible units and the primary residence, providing for severability and providing for an effective date. Effective date, Brother Howard.
Okay, and this was in response to directive given by City Council to go back and modify language to allow for an additional or more than one meter, as been previously stated. So essentially, the language proposed in effect does that.
Long overdue. Anybody want to make a motion?
I'll
Marty,
move
that was Marty's deal.
It's Marty's deal.
Yes.
Move to approve as presented and let all those people know that have called me that we didn't, this was done years ago, and we're just undoing it, so.
We fixed it.
We
Anybody
fixed
want to
it.
second that?
I'll second that.
We do have a motion, we do have a second, and this is something that is far, far overdue. And keep looking, sir, at your
Okay.
different ordinances, because you
Yes.
got a lot more in the books that also need to be fixed as well. Motion has been made, it has been seconded. Do I have anything from the public? Anything else from council? Motion has been made to accept as presented. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, nay. Drop the 5-0 on that one. Number 15, public hearing, consideration of adopting a resolution authorizing the adoption of the 214-219 capital improvement plan for the city of San Angelo.
I can leave.
Sorry to have to let you go, Patrick. You've been good. But Morgan has now replaced
Enjoyed
you.
your company.
Busy day.
Yes, ma'am.
Good afternoon, Council. What we have before you here today is the capital improvement plan. We've talked about it at length, and so before you today is a resolution adopting that plan and putting into effect so that we can consider it during next year's budget cycle. It was slotted for March 18th, and so we're appreciative for your time today as we move forward with that. And before you is the calendar. We talked about it at length on March 6th, and so I have that prepared today if it's your pleasure, but other than that, the only update I have is that we did get a couple more online submissions consistent with other items we'd presented to you at our past meetings. So items for Fort Concho and for water supply investment. So nothing new to report. 74 projects slated for this plan. in excess of $311 million.
Now, we're already working on water supply, but you're adding Fort Concho officers quarter number 1 to the CIP plan?
It was already in there. There's
Okay.
just an online support in favor of
understand.
it. Yes, sir.
Anybody want to move on this?
Motion to approve is presented.
I'll second it. I have a quick question.
Yes, sir.
So we have the online submission option there on our website?
Correct. And we
So-
had 6 submissions as of last time I talked to y'all. We got
believe-
2 more.
I can't believe we just have a total of 8. I mean.
And we've actually left it open so that throughout the budget cycle, if we do have additional items come in, we want to be able to report those to you and make it easy for folks to chime in and have their voice heard.
Did you guys, and I don't get to watch Channel 17 all the time, but did you guys at least publicize, or, the little spills that Anthony does are great. So, I mean, do you advertise it that way, that, hey, we need your input?
Yes, sir. We've talked about it at length. We also, not only on SATV, but also every time we had an opportunity at KLST, at KSAN, on the radio, at every local radio station, and in print at San Angelo, at the Standard Times.
Is it on the city Facebook page?
Yes, sir, it is.
Golly, I can't believe.
Yeah, it's sad.
Yeah. 8
Public,
people.
public comment. Council comment. Motion has been made to accept as presented. All in favor, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed, nay. Put a 5-0 on that one.
Thank y'all.
Number 16, consideration of approving the Working on Wellness WOW program with extra vacation days as participation incentives. Lisa Marley.
Good afternoon, Mayor and Council. As you remember, back in 2011, we started a wellness program with our employees in an effort to curb our self-insurance costs. And in January of this year, Cheryl Pfluger from Community presented to you the status of our most recent health risk screenings, which happened in October and November of 2013. We had great participation. Back in 2011, we had a pretty good group of people that just refused to do it. In 2013, 99% of our employees participated in the health risk screenings. So we're very pleased that that participation has been at such a great level. If you remember from Cheryl's presentation, however, we have a great number of folks that have a lot of areas they need to improve on. We've got 955 employees that need to have better nutrition habits. We've got 651 employees that need to work on their weight management, and 604 employees that need to better control their high blood pressure. So the wellness coordinators from our clinic put together this WOW program, Working on Wellness, where we would give points to employees for participating in different events that we would have throughout the year. So if you follow me, it's, we got them to do this screening once a year. Now we want to try to keep them participating year-long in many events that we offer. So the group from the clinic as well as HR put together the list of those different types of activities where we could award points, and we've come up with a structure that is I guess you would say it would pass the rules as far as not discriminating against people with disabilities. They can participate in this no matter what their status, and they can still get enough points to achieve the goals of either 400 points to receive 1 extra day of vacation per year, or 700 points total to receive 2 days of vacation extra per year. So that is our proposal, and we're asking council to give us approval to move forward with this.
Council?
How many extra days do we get?
Looks to me like they have an extra vacation day, and we're trying to keep them on a good diet, that they're just going to take off and drink beer and eat chips, and it would be counterproductive.
Well, certainly we don't control what they do on
Fool.
vacation.
Well, I've got a couple of questions.
Sure.
One, have you calculated how much this will cost versus how much it will benefit us on the other side?
There isn't any way to really put together what it would cost us. What would cost us is the loss of productivity for those 2 days of vacation.
Well, it basically costs you that employee's amount for 1 day.
Exactly,
Yeah.
exactly.
And you have to keep in mind as well, as far as the loss of productivity, when an employee is not healthy and they're missing because they're out sick and so forth, then productivity comes into play, of course. So again, that's what we're trying to move forward, is make sure that we do have the productivity of the staff members.
That's true.
So once again, does the benefit monetarily come back? Are we getting paid for what we're giving out?
Well, if the employees are to achieve the 400 points, they have satisfied a lot of different activities throughout the year, which we will hope will transfer over to some sort of a savings in our insurance plan. It's difficult to gauge what that would be. There are no employees. We have 15% of our employees I'm sorry, 16%, which are in the excellent range when it comes to factoring all of the biometrics. And those 16% of the folks will still have to work very hard to achieve those 400 points. It's not a gimme. It's very difficult you have to go out of your way to compete in these things.
Well, and that was my next point. If I'm already there and I'm doing good, what is my incentive to get a day off? If I'm in the percentile that's woo-woo.
Well, you're going to want to maintain that.
So do you can you earn the 400 points? The way I read it, I didn't see anything in there where if I'm already in the good range that I can earn the 400 points.
Oh, absolutely. It'll be open to all employees that are in the program,
Okay.
that are active employees. And so there's nobody in that excellent range or in the good range that automatically qualifies with 400 points right off the bat just by walking through the door. They're going to have to participate, even
Okay.
those people that are in the excellent, if they want to try to get a day off.
Okay, and then, once again, on our retirees, most of our insurance money goes toward the retirees. What are we doing to try to help them?
Most of our insurance doesn't necessarily go to the retirees. I would argue that point with you, but there is not a program that we can force them to participate in that we've discovered at this point. They're in our insurance, and that's just part of the deal.
Yeah, but force, absolutely. Incentivize, perhaps. I mean, some people would take advantage of some of these programs if they were just knowledgeable of it. And once
Right.
again, like we talked about last time,
Yeah.
if you get the word out, anything beats nothing, and I think it would help.
I was going to wait until a future meeting to report this, but we did get the database completed just last week of all the retirees that we've talked about doing. I've spoken with IT and with Public Information. We're going to add a link on our website for retirees, and that's where we're going to download all the data that's important to them. They're certainly welcome to come out and participate in anything because they can use the clinic, and these are all done through the clinic. So certainly if they wanted to, we just don't have a way to make it mandatory for a retiree.
Yeah.
So
And
there's
I
no
understand.
incentive that I can offer to them.
Yeah, I understand. I move for approval as presented.
Second.
My comment, I would think that the benefit of this wellness program would be its own reward. And I think it was 2 years ago that Charlotte asked for an additional holiday. I believe it was Veterans Day. And it was granted and approved for all city employees.
That's correct.
I don't think anybody gets more holidays except maybe the banks.
County.
The county.
Yeah,
State.
county.
And the state.
Yeah.
And the city. I mean, they already get far, far more holidays per year than anyone else that's working in the public, with the exception of the banks. To me, I'm not in favor of it. Public comment on this. Anything? Anything for any rest of the council? Motion has been made that we accept this as presented. It has been seconded. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
I guess there's just one nay then. Let's move on to number 17.
Thank you.
Thank you, Lisa. First public hearing, consideration of introducing an ordinance amending Chapter 11 pertaining to the City of San Angelo Water Conservation Plan, an ordinance of the City of San Angelo, Texas, adopting a revised water conservation plan for the City of San Angelo, Texas, entitled the City of San Angelo Water Conservation Plan, dated March 2214. Said revised plan to replace the City of San Angelo Water Conservation Plan, dated March 2209, in its entirety, amending Section 11 entitled Utilities and Solid Waste, more particularly by amending Article 11200 entitled Water Conservation and Drought Contingency Plan, Section 11202, entitled Water Conservation Measures to reflect under said section the March 2014 City of San Angelo Water Conservation Plan adopted by the San Angelo City Council hereto, providing for severability, providing for an effective date of the ordinance. You're not Ricky Dixon.
I'm not.
He delegated it. Ricky's sitting back there.
Take off, sir.
Well, good afternoon, Mayor and City Council members. Today, what we have before you is a update to the city's water conservation plan, and specifically what we're talking about is information that the Texas Water Development Board requires us to put together. What they require us to do is to put together a water conservation plan and to update that every 5 years. And this plan is required for all public entities that provide potable water service to 3,300 connections or more, all public entities that receive $500,000 in financial assistance, and also to be eligible for the Water Development Board's revolving fund program. So we would like to, maintain that eligibility to the fund. And what we put together is, in this 100-page document that we provided for you, is the update to the plan. As you read, it was last updated in 2009. And what you'll find in this plan is information about our water sources. You'll find information about projects that pertain particularly to water conservation or new water sources. You'll find information about potential water conservation projects. You'll find the user demand profile for our different categories of users, like residential, commercial, industrial, and things of this nature. So it does contain a lot of good information about basically the background for our water system. So with that, we would like to obtain your approval to amend the ordinance.
Charlotte.
I am all for participating in renewing and updating our 5-year, plan with the state to be eligible. But in trying to do my homework on this item, I could not find a March 2nd, 2009 council meeting that this subject was on the agenda. The meeting was actually on March 3rd, 2009, and I still didn't find anything on the agenda. Now, I've read a lot of stuff in the last several days, a lot of stuff, so I could be mistaken, but it bothered me. And then I could not find anything to reflect under said section, the March 20th, 2014, that the council has agreed on that set of scenarios. So please help me out here to understand the agenda item.
Those are the dates that the Water Conservation Plan was updated. It's not the date that the item was brought before council. That's the date of the plan itself.
Well, how can I refer to the plan if it's the date's not in there for me to find it?
We attached the plan to the memo.
Could not open that. Okay.
It's about 100 pages. Yes.
Who put that together?
That was put together mainly by Tony Fox.
Wow. She did a good job.
Yes, there's a lot of good information in there, a lot of hard work.
But I had to go.
And this is a amendment, of course, to the ordinance requires 2 readings, and
Somebody want to make a motion one way or the other?
I'll make a motion to approve this as presented. I only got to go through page 90, so I'm okay with it.
We'll vote on this again the second time next meeting.
yes.
But I would like to have, like I said, I couldn't open the pages and I don't have it, so I don't.
I couldn't open anything till I got here today.
I can't open it now. So
I hadn't tried today.
It's open.
Okay.
I got mine open.
mine's not.
Well, I plan, if we can change this next meeting if there's a problem that we see, so.
I'll second.
Okay, I do have a motion, I do have a second that we approve this. This is the first reading, so Charlotte, Johnny, y'all, and myself, we find anything in here we don't like,
Scream next
we'll
time.
take care of it next time. Public? Motion's been made and seconded. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Nay, the same. Put a 5-0 on that one. Number 18.
That's already.
That was
No.
18, 19.
We've done 18, number 19. Read off my agenda instead of the machine. Number 19, first public hearing. Consideration of introducing an ordinance amending Appendix A pertaining to Lake Nasworthy lot lease fees. An ordinance amending Appendix A, Section Article 6, Section 6, 100, entitled Lake Nesworthy Lot Lease Fees of the Code of Ordinances of the City of San Angelo, Texas, by repealing and restating said article in its entirety, provide for Lake Nesworthy and South Concho River lease fees, providing for severability, providing for an effective date. Cindy Priest.
Good afternoon, Council. This item is being brought back to you for consideration. It was first presented on March 4th, and at that time you tabled the item pending additional information. And as a reminder, the amendment contains 4 major changes. The first change to Appendix A of the fee schedule is to incorporate the recreational, grazing, and agricultural yearly lease fees into this section of the fee schedule. The second change staff is requesting is a minimal increase in the recreational, grazing, and agricultural yearly lease fees. As you recall, these lease fees have not been adjusted in more than 30 years. Excuse me. The third major change is the amended ordinance pertains to the Lake Nasworthy residential yearly lease fees based on appraised market value effective January 1st, 2017. To reduce the impact of the residential rent escalation, the amended ordinance provides that the annual rent be calculated based on the appraised market value of the land multiplied by a factor of 0.015%. This is a change from the current multiplication factor of 0.08. In the March meeting, you requested information on the appraised market value. Specifically, you asked if the appraisal will contain a reduction based on the number of years remaining on the lease. No, the appraisal will not include a reduction. The appraisal will be full market value with no reductions. The final amendment to the ordinance provides that at no time shall annual residential rent based on appraised market value be less than $700. This is to offset the cost of managing approximately 211 residential leases, and which includes the billing, the transfer of leases, new leases, and the cost of appraisals. And at this time, I'll be happy to answer any questions you might have.
Motion to approve is presented.
Second.
I know this is your area.
Yeah, one thing
I know this is your area, Rodney, so what are your thoughts?
Well, one thing we want to explain to the public, and we went over this a good bit in the past 6 months, maybe it first came up.
No, it's been.
Well, I mean, just since I've been here.
We've added
But
it.
there kind of was a ticking bomb out there in 2017 on these leases when they went to market value, and there was a bunch of them that were going to go, and they were a previous city council had put on, and that was 1980. When was that? 1984?
I think so.
Said that they were going to go to 8% of their value.
2001.
2001, we said that. In 2001, we said they were going to go to 8% of their value in 2017 when their time was up. So let's just do an example. And I'm just doing this to kind of show all the lake residents out there. On a $100,000 house, that means that you were going to pay $8,000 a year for the lease of that property.
Correct.
Right. So what we did was, after a lot of discussion and a bunch of numbers being thrown back and forth, we went to a 1.5 deal. So on an $100,000 house, you're going to pay $1,500 for the lease of that property.
Correct.
So there was a huge difference between $8,000 a year and $1,500 a year.
And their yearly lease fees are averaging probably $700 a year. So
Yes.
they were going from $700 a year to $8,000.
Yeah, that's right, 700 to 8,000. It was a huge jump, and there's a lot of retirees out there that there's no way they would have been able to handle this. I realize going up to 1.5 is a big jump for some of them, but it's not near what it could have been, and the 8% deal should have never been put on there. I think that the city council at the time thought everybody's going to own their land before 2017, and this just won't come up. It will be an easy deal because everybody will have purchased by then. Well, hindsight's 2020. Of course, most of those people probably would have liked to have bought it by now, but the prices keep going up, and now it just makes it harder and harder for some of them to buy. And a lot of retirees just can't do it. They just don't have the income to go down and purchase their house. So I think this is a good deal. I'm totally in favor of it. I think this is also a good deal for the city of San Angelo. Not just the residents out there, but it's a fair deal for us as a city to collect fees on these properties. Charlie?
I just want to add that I'm not defending prior councils. I truly, in my heart of hearts, believe that this rate, the old rate, was set at a time when 30-year fixed finance rates were in the 12 to 16% range, so the 8 sounded very, very attractive. And times change, things change, and this was brought to our attention by a young lady, her mother that lives out there, and Paul Alexander and I worked on it together with Cindy and legal, and it's been long in coming to work out. So happy ending, I think.
Public comment on this. Motion has been made that we accept it as presented. It has been seconded. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, nay. Put 5-0 on that one. Number 20, consideration possible actions on matters discussed in executive closed session if needed. There were no items in executive, so this one is a moot point. Number 21 is announcement and consideration of future agenda items. Anybody have anything?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay. Don?
I'd like to put Chad County's
Yes.
RV park problem. I don't know exactly how I want to put that, but something in there so that we can take a look and see if we can help him or not help him, but at least take a look at it and have it on the agenda where we can take some action.
Very good. Anything else?
That's it.
Charlotte?
Yes, I would like staff to present us with the existing weather modification contract and to go over it with us, if they could, please, and talk about any updates or what's going on in that area of the world. I certainly feel that we should be looking at it.
If there's a cloud to seed, we want to seed it.
Yes, sir.
Anything else, ma'am?
No, sir.
Okay, I do have one, and we have been discussing solutions to issues between the developers planning and the fire marshal, and we need to resolve these issues. So I need to replace an item on the agenda for the next meeting for discussion and possible action. And I'm going to give you some language here that you can use. Mr. Valenzuela, Mr. Howard might want to perfect the language. It's discussion, possible action to Appendix D, fire apparatus access roads of the International Fire Code into Section 503.1, additional access. And make it broad so that we can discuss that plus other things. So, Daniel, can you write that so that it's broad enough that we can discuss what we need to discuss? Okay. Johnny, do you have anything, sir?
A couple of weeks ago, I forgot what it was really, we talked about maybe different ways of funding some of the street projects, Bell, to mention one. Are we going to move forward with that idea of bringing it back? Or, Michael, we talked about the different scenarios, so what is our plan?
Of course, today we did improve the CIP as far as a tool for us to use in the future for a budget process. And that's something that we're actually working out at this point to address how we are going to tackle the streets preferably over a 7-year period. And Mike, I'll kind of allow you to address that part of it.
Well, in that meeting, there were a couple of things. We wanted to satisfy Councilman Vardaman's request to get some of these issues out in open discussion so we could talk about those things. And we also wanted to show that there were financing options which allowed us to accomplish some of those objectives. I think what we need at this point is direction from council overall for what priorities are, service priorities and capital priorities. And we were thinking that if we develop the capability to finance some of these or to provide for pay-as-you-go financing for some of these options, that would allow you to more freely discuss what your priorities were for accomplishing those either capital projects or services. And so I think I would say we're ready to have a priority setting session similar to what the city manager has been an advocate for in previous discussions.
And we will work with council. I know that in scheduling a meeting, we do have to get together with all of you and have an opportunity to sit down. We had actually initially thought maybe a retreat, but it's become a little bit more difficult to actually get a little bit more time for council, a couple of days. So really, if we could spend a day, we can sit down and go through what we actually do have in CIP and what we truly want to prioritize we definitely need that input, and that way we can plan for it now that we're starting the budget process again.
And the reason I mention that, because there are folks out there that are very much interested, of course, in moving forward. I mean, it's going to take money, but, at least the idea is there of, different options. The second thing I wanted to add is, I know a couple of weeks ago, there was that meeting, that special meeting with, about the downtown development along the river. Are we going to get an update on that, or did I
They're still in the option period.
sleep past that one, or? I know
They're still in the option. Yeah.
how much?
I asked that question recently.
Because we had 180 days.
They've gone through half of it at this point.
Okay.
So they are working on it. I know that there's some financing that they're looking at. There's some
Okay.
issues also that they have reviewed on the property itself, that they had a surveyor go out there. So they're trying to iron out those details, but right now they're halfway through the 180 days that we had that we had given.
Mr. Silva's additional discussion at that meeting was whether or not to proceed with subsequent phases of that master developer effort and how to accomplish those, whether to try to do it in-house or to continue with the consultant. So that was another aspect that was discussed then.
Mr. Fleming?
I brought this up earlier, the water restrictions. When are we going to 2 times every 2 weeks? When is that supposed to go into effect?
I believe that started today. That's once a week, starting today.
Let's put it on the agenda for next
Ricky,
time.
Gotta have it for
is
the
that correct,
agenda.
Ricky?
Ricky is going to address it at the next agenda, as a matter of fact.
It is on today then, Ricky?
Starts today.
Did it start
It's
today?
on the 15th agenda.
What I requested was for this meeting for us to have the update, but then with Marty being gone and Winky had talked to me also about some concerns, I just took it off and postponed it till next time.
Okay, so we're bringing it up for sure in 2 weeks.
Correct.
Yes.
Let's
Okay,
discuss
good.
it and make some decisions next meeting. Anything else, Rodney?
That's it.
Charlotte?
Well, I just want to follow up on the request about the Water Advisory Board. Most of the boards, we've got a set of guidelines, rules, or bylaws or whatever. I would like that brought back to council as to what they are, how often they meet, whether it's once a month, once a quarter, or let's establish and get a list of current members and where we're at.
Good point.
At the next meeting, please.
And I appreciate Paul Alexander. He is my appointee, so he's on top of it. So I appreciate him bringing that up. I didn't realize.
Yeah, that needs to be done. Number 22 is consideration of rescheduling the Tuesday, August 19, 2014 regular council meeting to Thursday, August 21, 2014.
Well, I'm going to quote our mayor, our famous mayor. Our charter says the first and second Tuesday, and that's when it should be, so why are we moving it?
I remember when that very wise man made that statement.
First and third Tuesday.
Okay, but I'm quoting him. That's
So why are we changing this?
Okay, Mayor, we had a special request. Somebody wants to reserve the entire council.
Oh, yeah.
So,
The
and
school
it's a
district,
school
wasn't it?
district. Yes, sir.
Yeah.
They will need the entire convention center.
Whole thing.
Well, I guess we could meet in the auditorium.
Well, we can meet here on Thursday. No.
Mayor, we'd be advocates for having a meeting during that time because of the budget approval process. That gets us right into the time frame when we need to start approving the budget. So even if we had a bad location, we'd like to at least be able to meet and work on the budget.
What about the quarters where we used to have our budget workshops over at the fort?
Let me explain on that one. It's not conducive to filming, public
Yeah,
access.
that's the
So
problem.
this just makes it easier. It's a Tuesday versus a Thursday. I mean, a Thursday versus a Tuesday, excuse me.
Well, I hate to go against that very wise man that made that statement, but I don't have a problem with moving it, since there is a conflict here and the whole convention center will be utilized by the school district.
Mayor, did you understand the word conducive?
I did.
You did?
I did. I'm not going to spell it, but I understood it. Does anybody have a problem with postponing the August 19 meeting to August 21? Rodney, you have a problem?
No problem.
Johnny, you have a problem? Charlotte, you have a problem?
No, I won't be hard to get along with.
You want to make a motion?
Please.
Somebody make a
Motion to
motion
move the August Tuesday meeting to,
from August 19 to August 21.
yes, sir. That's
Anybody
my
want to second
motion.
that?
That works.
Second.
Motion's been made. All in favor, please say aye.
I might be on vacation.
Any nays? No nays. Put a 5-0. Announcement, special meeting on April 21, 2014 at 9 a.m.
I guess there's a reason for that too?
The the operations bid, change bid.
Trash.
Part of that schedule, yes, sir.
Special meeting, April 21, 2014, 9 a.m. McNeese Convention Center.
Is that one item on the agenda?
So far.
That'll probably be enough. I don't know what day it is. What day is it?
It's April 20th is a
It'd be
Sunday, it'd be a Monday.
It'd be a Tuesday.
Monday.
Because our next,
No.
it's a
Monday.
Tuesday.
It
Is
was
this
a Monday,
first?
and it had been, I had requested it in case we needed that extra day for anything associated with the solid waste contract. So it may not be necessary if there's no other items, so that'll be at council's discretion at this point, so.
It will be Monday, the 21st then.
Well, he's saying that it may not be necessary.
It may not be necessary, so if it's not necessary, they'll be at council's discretion whether you want it or not, so.
If needed then, if needed, we will meet Monday, the 21st for a special meeting to determine the Republic trash waste management. Now, number 23 is the one I've been looking for. Somebody help me.
Motion to adjourn.
Second it, somebody. All in favor, say aye. This meeting is now adjourned.